What's happening? We're live Sunday morning, a little earlier than expected, 8:16 a.m. Central Time. What is the date today? The 30th? Yes, indeed. April 30th. Good to see the folks rolling in. Let me hit this cam real quick so y'all can see my smiling face. How is everybody? We'll give it a minute for the numbers to jump up a little bit. Oh, man. Poor connection already. What is this, man? Make sure I'm on the right internet. Let me check in with my hotspot, see what that thing's doing. Two bars. Hang on, that ain't going to do it. Got my coffee. Hope y'all do as well. Let's try this. Come on. Oh, that made it worse. Fantastic. One moment, please. I guess we'll just have to roll with it. Poor signal and all. What's up, Rob Cleveland? Good to see you, sir. Mike's a little hot. Let's adjust that. What's happening, Roy? Good to see you. Maybe this will be what Croco, shout out to Davey Croco, refers to as a chill stream, perhaps. Well, I suppose these things are bound to happen. Actually, it's amazing that I've done this many live streams over time, especially while driving a big rig in the past without such things occurring. I don't know if you'll be able to see this. My webcam is so trash, but that thing is the hotspot, and it's mounted on this setup that'll hold a cell phone. And I've got it mounted on that bad boy so I can move it around for better connection. And it just completely fell from where it was. Fortunately, it didn't break, and we're still online. Fantastic. Good Lord. Well, yesterday's live stream, I had to make it private. Anybody that was here, good to see you, Lop. An oldie but goodie. And Lop, in fact, was on the panel a couple of different times, way back in the day. Hey, RT, good to see you, brother. We're hitting the golf. Are you hitting the golf course today? Perhaps you are. I don't know. Yeah, I got quite a few notes here. Again, slow start. Fortunately, nothing's broken. Got my coffee here. Let's see, hit the notes. It's been a wild couple of days. I really wish I did not. I wasn't forced to private the broadcast from yesterday, but I have it. So we may, in fact, watch portions of it. And that's silly. Exactly, Clay. You're right. How silly of me. Yeah, Sunday is yacht day indeed. Must be nice. I'm not jealous though. I'm happy for you, RT, if you got it like that. Oh, okay. You were in the States then. Okay, Lop. You Swiss, from what I recall. Forgive me if I'm getting that wrong. No, Sweden, right? I think Lop's in Sweden. Yes, indeed. And I guess Drew was live last night. Let's share this screen. Apparently, this stream is at least in part about me. I haven't watched it yet. I'm really not even able to watch this content anymore. because I wake up so early. Even if I try to sleep in, I'm still waking up somewhere near 4 a.m. at the latest. And I found if I try to watch these streams, these replays of these streams, it sort of gets me out of my headspace. It gets me out of my process of whatever I do to prepare for the broadcast mentally. Thank you, sir, Roy. I appreciate that. Epic show. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. Oh, and an all-time high, 98 viewers on this channel alone. And I think we hit pretty close to 130 between all the restreams, all the simulcasts. Hey, Carl, good to see you, brother. Hopefully, I don't know. Did you see any of the broadcasts yesterday, Carl? Czech Republic. Well, who is from Sweden? Huh. I don't know. My brain must have invented that. Lops from the Czech Republic. Well, shout out to my Springfield Armory 45, which is also, I believe, from the Czech Republic. Is it not? I think so. Yeah, it was crazy, man. It got pretty wild around here. And man, it wore me out. I was just exhausted by the end of it and fatigued. And I don't believe in this idea of like, oh, I'm tired. You'll never ask Benton, hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm tired. Always hated that when people would say those sort of things. So I don't even think in those terms, but I certainly detected some fatigue. And in fact, I hopped onto Paul's broadcast. I ended this broadcast. Oh, and Rebecca Joe had asked me yesterday something about, because Paul came in here and was like, yeah, I'm going live in like 20 minutes. And she was making it sound like that I was bowing down to Paul, or she was asking if I was bowing down to Paul. And I said, no, and in fact, I didn't say this, but I said quite the contrary. But in fact, I emailed him and said, hey, we got a lot of people over here. It's popping off. You're feel free to join as always. But if not, I'm going to end the broadcast when you go live, right? Which is what we ended up doing. So I let him know. And I like to see what he's up to anyway. And good to see you, Razvan. Razvan is the show killer, though. I just want you to know that, Razvan. Nothing personal. You kill the fucking show. When the show's popping off, that's why you're not brought up some of the time. That's why you're kicked off some of the time. Because you bring the show to a grinding fucking halt. You kill the show, brother. So when there's nothing going on, right? If it's slow day, it's fine because there's no show to kill, really, ultimately. But when the show's cooking and things are happening and there's 100 people in here, you kill it. You'll take 20 off the broadcast you're the show killer. I mean, I don't know, embrace it, accept it. Perhaps I can't really advise you. I would say go with it, Razvan, the show killer. I mean, that could be your new name around here. But you do kill. Okay, he understands. Good. And I'm not trying to be insulting. Just it is what it is, brother. Yeah. Oh man. Well, and I probably want to get into the whole death to predators. I'll probably get into that at some point. I certainly wouldn't expect people to agree. That's truly how I feel about it, right? I'm in touch with that part of myself. And then Paul made some valid points on his broadcast. I really felt like Paul made some points because I think a lot of people wouldn't be able to personally carry out such duties. I wouldn't have no problem carrying it out. And I've known this about myself for a very long time. I have no desire to hurt anybody. In fact, I've been physically attacked numerous times, and I don't even want to fight back. I defend myself, but I've been punched in the face and have no desire to hit them back. But I've known it for a long time. If something has to happen, I can take care of it, and I won't think twice. I won't lose any sleep. I'll just go eat a sandwich and go to bed that night, metaphorically. So, yeah, I think Paul's right. I think there's a lot of people that wouldn't be able to do it, but I would, and I've known that for a long time, and not going to be a problem. So, yeah, every man hath not the same office, and, so that's probably why I feel so strongly about that. It's a problem. Now we've got, the predator has damaged these young people, and now they're going to grow up and have all these things to work through and deal with. Now that if we're certain, we need to be certain, if we're certain of the person who did it, why should they be allowed to continue on in the realm? But that's my view. I don't necessarily expect people to agree or not agree. But I'm certainly wasn't going to entertain flow states foolishness where now we got to have a discussion about it. It's like, no, and I might be wrong, but thank you, sir. Well, but I truly believe that. Now, it's debatable, but not in my mind. It's not debatable. And let's face the reality. I don't know who is what, but by the way, shout out to JG who returned to the channel yesterday after quite an absence. Now I'm sure he's lurked here and there. I would assume. I would assume JG's lurked here and there, but you know, it got back to me through Wizard that Wizard seemed to indicate that JG was running around trying to imply that I myself had some sort of history in that realm. Well, dude, it's very easy to figure out who the fuck I am, right? Like I use my real name on here. You can pay for a background check and find out whatever you want to know about my criminal history. Oh, that's right. There's not one. But I think when I go to talking like that, let's face the reality that some of these people have a past of that. There's no way out of however many thousands of people we're talking about in these so-called truth communities, some of them are SOs. They just are. And I don't know what JG is, but I'm saying there's people like JG who are just like, oh, I like to live in the fucking streets with nothing. Yeah, I did that too. And eventually I was over it and I went back to normal society to some extent, right? Whereas it seems like he's going to just continue living this way. Well, some people live that way because they ain't got no option. Because if they move into some place, they got to lie and hide. And then eventually it's found out who they are. And now they're booted the fuck out. So after doing that a few times, I'm just guessing. I don't know. I can't relate to this. This is a thought experiment, right? In a thought experiment, maybe they just give up and are like, fuck it, just go live in the streets with nothing, right? And now with a person who's relegated to that, why wouldn't they just say, well, I'll go ahead and live this way? And I'm not saying JG specifically. I'm just saying there are people like this in society, right? Well, of course, there's people like this in these so-called truth communities or in whatever these circles are. Of course there are. So, when I go to talking like that, there's going to be people who are going to try to argue against it, right? But I got no sympathy for them. I don't want to hear no excuses. Now, if somebody, there is a scale, right? I'm talking about children. I'm talking about young kids. I'm not talking about, if something happens to a 16-year-old or whatever, let the legal system handle that. I don't necessarily think I'm talking we all know what I'm talking about when I say death penalty. That's a very specific thing I'm talking about. And if anybody disagrees, that's on them, but I'm not here for it, man. But I don't need these people to agree with me. I don't need Z to come out and say it. I said it because it's in my heart, if society's sure about what that person's done, and we know that there's a potential for them to continue doing that to people. But then Paul made a lot of good points about, especially the Sandusky thing, which I studied. I know a lot about the Sandusky case. And yeah, it was basically an open secret what that man was doing. But he was so prominent because he was involved with Penn State football, which is just a gigantic deal there, right? And the fact is that Joe Paterno, that legendary coach, if I went and actually looked up the federal statutes and laws around human trafficking, the fact is, if he hadn't died, Joe Paterno most likely would have been indicted for child sex trafficking. Think about that, because of his involvement, just what we know he was involved with. And people say, oh, Joe didn't know. It doesn't matter. I'm saying based on what we can prove that Paterno did, that he most likely would have been indicted for literal child sex trafficking. I mean, think about that. So yeah, once we find out what Sandusky is, just get rid of him. Why even have him around? What's the point? Well, about what, Roy? I think this is it. Oh, about his dad, you mean? Is that what we're talking about? But I don't think it is, because I'm pretty sure Drew feels the same way I do about it. I think that Drew feels like whoever. I can't speak for Drew. I believe he thinks that. I know he finds those people abominable, based on what he's told me. JG making delusions great again. Yeah. But see, we talk about this policy and code, and we talk about, rights and freedoms and all of this, but I do kind of like a system in which somebody can, if they want to pay $25 or whatever a background check costs, they can punch up my name and, enough information to identify me, and then we can see. and we can do that for anybody. I actually like that system. And when we get into the sob sit stuff, and I know what sob sit means. I'm speaking more about, I use that term because regardless of the implications, and Truth or Cop did a really good job covering, that the government basically says these are terrorists, right? Um, but I use that because it's just a handy shortcut. Um, but when the police approach me, now I'm not even talking about driving a car. I'm saying, especially living in the streets with nothing. If the police approach me, I give them my ID. Why? Because it's to my advantage that they know I'm not a criminal. I'm not on parole. I'm not on probation. I have no criminal record. I want them to know that. See, that's to my advantage. See, and these people, never talk to the police. Well, Paul talked to the police in his famous video. I think that's stupid. Now, if it's to my advantage to not talk to the police, now I will say this: I'm not going to cooperate with their investigation. I'm never going to go into a room and let them question me. I think that's really what we mean when we say never talk to the police. Really, what we mean is don't allow them to interrogate you. So the last time I was stopped by the police, I was on foot, and they tried to say that after I forced them to legally acknowledge that I wasn't free to leave, because again, they want those waters to be as muddied as possible, right? But I won't allow the muddy waters. I just say, well, unless you tell me I got to stay here, I'm leaving. And we do about 3 rounds of that. And then finally, as I'm about to walk off, they'll tell me that I'm not free to go. So then it's like, well, we got to clear this up. And I'm like, it's got nothing to do with me. There's nothing for me to clear up. I don't know what you're talking about. And whatever you're investigating doesn't have anything to do with me. So my research indicates you got somewhere around 20 minutes and then you're going to have to let me go. So I don't know what to tell you. And then if they try to ask me questions, I'm not going to answer that. But I don't say I don't answer questions because I might answer a question. Depends on what the question is. See, and almost every time I see one of these bozos say, "Oh, well, I don't answer questions," if you watch those videos, they almost always answer a question after that. See, what's the point of putting that out there if you're not going to stand up, if you're not going to stick to it? See, I don't get it, right? Because I might I will hand over my ID, right? Because I've determined that's what's best for me. See, in the situation, because I want them, because half of it is, because if you ever hear these cops, I don't know who you are. Well, really what they mean is you might be wanted by the law. And it sucks. I shouldn't be inherently suspect, right? But that's what this is, man. In this nightmare dystopian beast system Babylon, this thing we call America, this prison camp we all live in, this police state. The fact is, it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. It's the opposite. As far as these cops are concerned, especially somebody living in the streets, if they just randomly start harassing homeless people, more often than not, these people are on some kind of paperwork. These people probably have some kind of warrant. They probably had a court date they missed, right? Now, I'm not justifying it. I think all of it's wrong, really. But within the system that I'm operating in, I'm going to operate that system to my best advantage because I would be foolish to do otherwise. Everybody, and I think it's for everybody to do that for themselves. Why? Because we got this thing called skin in the game. And back to yesterday's religious discussions. And that's what I love about these bozos like Toilet Bowl Earth. He can't never get around skin in the game because his salvation ain't my salvation and vice versa. He can't get around that. I'm voting with my feet. I'm just saying, yeah, I do believe there's going to be a judgment. And you're not finna be there. And meanwhile, I'm literally living. I'm voting with my thoughts and actions. So come what may, sir. You see, there's nothing he can say about that except try to invent side arguments and try to drag me off into a side argument. There was an incident with Tommy that I'd really rather not get into. If the chat wants to tell you, they'll tell you. But good to see you, by the way, squirrels. You're right. Musical's a secret. See, I like Musical's a secret for many reasons, but this is one of the reasons because he regularly remembers things that I'd forgotten. That isn't, in fact, the courts have upheld that it's not enough to merely close one's mouth. So if I just close my mouth and look at the officers, that can be construed some type of way in court. I have to actually invoke my right to remain silent. That is true. Yep. And then exactly. Once you start talking, you give up your right. Well, and what we've seen is, since I like to watch a lot of these videos, these interrogation videos, in the olden days, the cops some of the time wouldn't even read the rights, the Miranda. But then over time, so many cases have gotten thrown out that you'll notice that the cops they're right on top of it in most states with the reading of the Miranda rights. Yeah. Well, it's even worse than that, Razvan. But yeah, he actually was. Anyway, I don't even want to get into it. Um, well, and see, here's another thing. Lop, it says, can you plead the fifth? Well, I do believe what you can do is as soon as they detain you, you can just ask for, say, I want a lawyer. And then they can't really do anything until they let you talk to a lawyer. At that point, there's really nothing they can do. Now, they can continue to talk to you, but it's not most likely not going to be admissible because they're going to have to get you to say, well, you said you want a lawyer. Are you changing your mind about wanting a lawyer? I'm like, no, I'm not telling y'all nothing, before I consult with my lawyer. Now, I've never personally had to do that, but I would. Fuck them. Who cares? And then if they dare say something like, "Well, you don't need a lawyer." Oh, is that legal advice? Are you acting as my legal counsel? Because I'm pretty sure that's against the law, sir. Unless you're unless you're a lawyer and I've retained you, right? No, I'm talking about the bang bang, but he actually put it to his head. Yeah. Hey, Ginger Ridge, got my coffee. I'm getting pretty good with the pour over. I'm mastering the pour over technique. It's a balance between under extraction and over extraction. And then eventually I'm going to have to get one of these fancy, expensive grinders, but a manual one because they're more portable than the big, gigantic electric ones. The one I've got is pretty good, but it's the grinds are inconsistent. Yeah, good to see you, Rob. Didn't mean to pass you by there. Apologies for the earlier test stream. That bad boy was supposed to be private. And I will say this: I'm planning to in the future. I'm just going to have to run OBS and process my own audio. Although some of that seems to be dependent on. I don't even know that my internet connection's fast enough right now, but um, that's what that test stream was about. And I can still use the StreamYard to take calls and everything. Yeah, of course. Oh, the FBI. Well, and here's what I've said before, Razvan. Like, I'm certain, and see, I'm not in this world necessarily where it's like, oh, they're focused on Benton. What it is they're focused, however that net is operated, it's like they cast out the fishing nets. And if I haven't been caught up in one of those nets by now, I would be offended, honestly. But and this is what I was telling Z yesterday is like, as far as I can tell, as long as I don't do or say anything that indicates that I might actually attempt to organize or do something in the real world, they really don't seem to care what I said. And if you remember Raz, I think Raz listened to my old podcast, and some of that actually got really close to speech that could be considered, you know, a crime. Like I never crossed the line, but some of it was close. And I used to say like, hey, the reason I'm doing this podcast on my website is because as long as I don't say something that'll bring the FBI, around to question me, I can more or less say whatever I want. And it seems like YouTube is going to that as well. Well, see, it's not human beings anymore. It's computers listen, Razvan. It's not humans. It's computers. Now you have humans that sit in these huge data centers, and they can bring up, and this is what we saw with the Edward Snowden stuff. This is what he, let us know about is that the computer systems allow the individual, whatever government agent can kind of go listen to and view whatever they choose to, right? But it's the computers that are watching us. And the fact is, for a long time now, every single thing you do or say in vicinity of anybody's cell phone gets recorded and goes into a government server, period. And I also believe the same thing at most of these big box stores like a Walmart or a Target. If you're just standing in the supercenter talking, it knows who you are through facial recognition and biometric data, and it's recording you. And that's going directly to the government, I guarantee you. And in fact, I've told the story before about how, in fact, I worked for a Walmart vendor when the terrorist attacks, according to the official fiction, when the terrorist attacks of September the 11th of 2001 occurred, I was working for a Walmart vendor. Actually, my company was a small unknown company that was partnered with Hewlett Packard, and we were Walmart vendors. So I literally had a badge. I had 24-hour access to the Walmart ISD building. There, I believe that's Internet Services or Information Services Division or something like that. Mm. So I worked directly with a lot of these people, and when those attacks happened, Walmart literally moved, and they have gigantic. They pioneered a lot of this in retail, a lot of this server farms and the different info systems, and they moved all of that shit underground. and I guarantee you at the same time they fully integrated all of their systems with the government. Now they probably had some level of integration before that. I guarantee you they just went, and that Walmart, by the way, was they were the largest company in the world at the time. Guarantee you they just fully said, hey, come on in, feds. Here's, at the time that they moved all that underground, they already had the plan to do it. I guarantee you the feds were in there installing their own systems and just completely linking them up together. Promise you. And same thing. Oh, you guys think you're going to pay for an VPN and now you're private. Sure, you're not. If you think the CIA hadn't showed up to those companies and said, hey, here's a fucking order from a secret judge and we're going to plug into y'all shit. We're going to plug a box in over here. And by the way, here's the gag order. It says you can't tell nobody. Of course they have. Are you kidding me? Now I understand some of this infrastructure is in other countries, but I just assume that it's just all of those horses are out of the barn as far as I'm concerned. Well, yeah, and I'm starting to get stuff because I am, having these illnesses and stuff. I'm starting to get stuff in my feed about end of life, hospice type thing. What people go through, right before they die and things like a, hospice nurse's testimony. Hey, D Nice Winterbottom, good to see you. Yeah. Oh, and before I forget, because I do have quite a bit of notes, and we might play some of this stream since I'm pretty sure a lot of it's about me. This is real quick. This is Get Chalked Up from last night. This is called SNME, Saturday Night's Main Event. Now, part of my pseudo autism is that I don't really know, because I know me and Drew have kind of been going back and forth a little bit, mostly him in the live chat though, and me responding verbally on the broadcast. So hypothetically, I'm supposed to do a morning show with Drew on Monday morning, which I'm up for, but like, is that still a thing? I mean, I don't know. Like, he hasn't said anything. I haven't asked, I guess I'll just be in place Monday morning and it'll either happen or it won't. I'm not a huge fan of covering the news like we've been doing, but, I'm more than happy to do it. I think in the long run, it's a good thing. But then it's like, are we really just going to sit there and cover the news together while there's sort of these things boiling in the background, or are we just going to go straight into drama on a Monday morning? So I don't know. It'll be interesting. So tune in, Get Chalked Up tomorrow morning. As far as I know. Well, but I mean, they've been doing that, for a while. This is nothing new for me to be getting roasted by those fellas. So yeah, Razvan says it's a bit of a roast of you, Ben, but not that bad. Yeah, they're never too hard on me, I would say. The TBA hate is not as high. Yeah, he seems to be balancing out, and I don't, I want to be whatever, internet friends. I don't know what do we even call this, right? But we clash, man. We just clash, no matter what we do. No matter how hard he tries, no matter how hard I try, we clash. So I don't know what to do, man. Carl salutes our designated FBI lurker agent, Mofo, leveling up on the daily. Yeah, there you go. Music calls the secret, the reason YouTube and StreamYard work. So I agree. I could not agree more. And I think the same thing about Discord, by the way. And now you see this so-called Discord leaker. A really pretty male, by the way, who would probably make a pretty female. And well, comparatively, I should say, based on this reverso agenda, in context anyway. But, like with the Bradley Manning thing, Bradley Manning, was a leaker, and then ended up going reverso. So just look at this new leaker, the Discord leaker, that looks like something that would potentially go reverso to me. But yeah, it's again, I don't think it's humans monitoring it, although it is some of the time. It's algorithms and computer programs. And I'm firmly convinced that, when the cops do pull me over, or like, let's say I'm driving down the road and my car's not registered to me yet, but it probably will be in the near future. But when they scan my license plates, that probably something pops up on their screen about me. And, if the cop has some sort of level of access or whatever, right, they can probably go further, and maybe they eventually, even if we're not there yet, they could probably tap into some kind of server and be like, oh, what's his recent, recorded conversations in the database? Oh, what's his social media? By the way, I'm not on social media. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on none of that. I'm not even on Discord anymore. I'm here on YouTube. That's about it. Drew obsessed with and I would like to get past the reverso stuff personally. And in fact, I'm subscribed to there's a live streamer who gets like no views, but I was listening to it was like me and one other person listening to the live stream yesterday. Let me pump this channel. And I'm like I say, it's not something I want to promote. It's something as a person who's interested in anthropology, sociology, psychology. I like gathering all this information. Oh, Yurt's monologuing. Fantastic. Maybe maybe I'll go over there. See what he's talking about real quick. Okay, he's I know what he's doing. Yeah, he's monologuing about stuff that I don't even want to cover. So I just let him know I could join the streams and come over there, but we'll stay over here. I like to support my brother like Yurt, my brothers. I hate to see 33 over here. No, I love to see 33 over here. Shout out to y'all. I hate to see what is it like 12 over there. See, this is by the way, this is why we need more communication. Why not why not just email me and be like, "Hey man, I'm going live Sunday morning. What are you doing?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, I was going to, but I'll just go ahead and wait till you're done." Like, and then, and I'm going to go on a rant right now about all this we business. So this is why I get so irritated. It's part of the reason I get so irritated about all this. People are like, oh, and especially Z's bad about it. Freedom growers the worst. Everything's we. And I've tried to point out to Freedom Grower, there ain't no we, sir. There is no we. It's the highest off the charts levels of social isolation we've ever had. Okay. Now, maybe your neighbors or whatever in your homesteading. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about large masses of people who are communicating in a way in which they could. And I'm, again, not calling for this. I'm pointing out that this does not exist. And by the way, I'm not joining up. If somebody was like, hey, we're going to go live on a patch of dirt somewhere, I might show up for that. Probably not. I might come visit and leave, but I'm not making plans with nobody other than maybe like a TrutherCon, a so-called TrutherCon, right? Conference. A couple of days of meet and greet and live fucking podcast or whatever. But you don't have a we. So, and this is in the notes, by the way. And so I think I only listened to about 10 seconds of it, but I think because I was just like, hey, I'm not a part of this thing. Because he was like, oh, what about what we were doing in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? These two wars in Iraq. Well, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. I didn't go over there and kill. I didn't travel to the other side of the map and kill the people that live there, which, by the way, is one of the most evil things possible as far as I'm concerned. And they're like, oh, don't call them baby killers. No, some of them want to go over there and do those things. I mean, some people look forward to it. We can't just be like, oh, I've never thanked anybody for their service. I just figured they wanted to do it. And if it was Vietnam, and if I was old enough to be, if I was around when the Vietnam vets came back, I would just be like, I wouldn't thank them. I'd be like, sorry that you had to go through that. I wouldn't be spitting on them. But there's not a community, and that's why. And see, I tolerate a lot of this talk. Like, I think sometimes people get confused because I sit here and my face is on the screen or my icon's on the screen, and then here's Z, and he's saying things that I don't agree with. Well, that's okay. I'll monologue at some point and I'll make my points. I don't need to stop him. But eventually, when he got onto the Jesuits, I was like, all right, man, all right, Zach Hubbard, like, we can't. Too much of the audience. And it's not even that we don't agree with what you're saying necessarily. Not we, I'm sorry. It's not even that some people don't agree with what you're saying, Z. It's like, it's just so fucking you're basically sitting there saying the sky's blue at that point. Like, why? We don't need to talk about this. It's been every man. Exactly. It's been every man for himself for a while. So this is what I'm saying is, like, why are people so identified psychologically with Americanism and nationalism and all this MAGA fucking mom and apple pie horse shit? That's brainwashing. it's brainwashing like everything else in this realm. So, um, somebody who's identifying, especially somebody like Freedom Grower, identifying with these ideas of community, unfortunately, you know, oh, the society's collapsed. It's all-time high levels of social isolation, but these people want to talk as if there's such a thing as a community. Where is it? Show it to me. Where can I go? What does it offer to me? What can I offer to it? Like, it has to be a real tangible thing, right? So give me the coordinates. Where is it? Oh, that's right. It don't exist except in your mind because you're brainwashed. Okay. So I'm in here with in the so-called truth community, and I'm interfacing with individuals, and I don't mean you, the listener, but some of these people I'm interfacing with on these panels, they're literally operating from brainwashing. Anybody that constantly loops into we, and they mean some kind of community, or they mean the mass of Americans at large, that's somebody who's operating from brainwashing. And guess what? They're also delusional, and they're in denial. So here's the thing is, if there's not a we at the level of the masses, but a person interfaces through their brainwashing with this realm as if a we exists, that is a person existing in a state of delusion and denial. Because if the we doesn't exist and the person roams around, mobs around, speaking and acting as if that is a thing that exists tangibly when it doesn't, that's literally a person existing in a false reality of their own creation, also known as a delusional state of denial of reality. But then these are the same people who want to go around talking about waking up. Oh, what woke you up and this and that? No, it's ascending layers of false reality. You woke up from a false reality into a slightly higher level, arguably, debatably. Basically, you woke up into the next adjacent level of false reality. But because your brain works on a 0 or a 1, that's just how our brains work much of the time. Oh, I was in a false reality, and now I'm aware that I was in a false reality. Oh, I must have woken up into actual reality. Sure, you didn't. No, you went from this false reality to the next adjacent layer of false reality. And there's a never-ending series of layers of false realities that the enemy, the wicked one, the prince of the power of the air, has prepared for you to psychologically move into. So it's like, oh, we've woke up, and you got Dick talking about the Republicans and the Democrats, two sides of the same coin. Oh yeah, okay, you woke up out of that layer, but you're in a different layer where you think there's some mass of people you can refer to as we that can somehow be mobilized for action. Meanwhile, the social problems are off the charts, and were before the fake pandemic, by the way. The social isolation off the charts, and was before the fake pandemic, by the way. All of these problems were pre-existing. The fake pandemic merely exposed how degenerated and sick the average person's psychology has become, right? And then it actually it accelerated all of these problems, right? So I don't have the luxury of living in a delusion where I, for some reason, identify with Americanism. You know what Americanism is? It's brainwashing, just like everything else in this realm. The fact is, your psychology is a product of this system. And do you think that's the one thing that's just, oh, we're in the so-called truth community, and that's the one thing that actually is what it purports to be? Meanwhile, I just explained how many of these folks are literally brainwashed and in a state of delusion. I use my logic and reason and my observations to construct a case for it. Now, people are free to laugh and scoff and deny it out of hand, but let's go ahead and refute it, because I don't think you can. Go out in here and observe these people, and then tell me you don't agree. Now, I understand we can easily go back into delusion and denial. Why? Because it's what Paul talks about: suppression, repression, or depression, or however he says it. I mean, it's what this is, right? I mean, what are we, by the way? Yeah, what are people doing? Okay. So step, okay, now I've explained that there's not a we. And what I mean by there's not a we, in the ways that these people use the term we, that don't exist. So step 0, not step 1, step 0, create a we, and I'll be waiting. Let me know when you're done. Then I'll entertain your poppycock notions of we. You better go make one. Now, if you say, well, I have a we, and it's this group of people over here, okay, be specific then when you say we, because I'm not in that group. Because when you say we, it feels like you mean you, me, Yurt, Z, Paul. It sounds like you, CBO. It sounds like you mean it pretty much everybody we know metaversally. But so if you're not referring to those people, can we at least be specific? Or are we so fucking slow minded and lazy and mentally lazy that we just use a pronoun and don't even clarify our meaning? Like, what even is that? Okay. So I'm not here for it. It's not a thing that exists. You can't show it to me. You can't point it out to me. Dick Freedom Grower tried to imply that it was some kind of secret society, and it's just, oh, everybody but you knows Benton. Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. It's ridiculous. And I'm not supposed to entertain these levels of nonsense. And so maybe Yurt felt some type of way when I pointed out, look, I ain't got nothing to do with what went on in Iraq. I don't. Nobody asked what I thought. I'm completely against all of that. Oh, well, your tax money. No, I don't even want to hear about that. Your tax money this, your tax money that. Most of your tax money, I don't know if y'all know this, if you're talking federal income taxes, most of that goes to already rich bankers to pay the interest on the national debt. Most of it. In fact, the fucking defense budget is mostly corporate tax, as far as I know, right? But now it's all of a sudden it's my fault. No, I'm not over there doing that. Nobody asked me what I thought. I was not consulted. They've done studies and shown that basically I have zero say in what the government does. None. By the way, and I got these bozos talking about democracy. It's not supposed to be a democracy, you motherfuckers. And that's what, not you, the listener. I'm getting keyed up. But these during COVID, during the fucking fake pandemic, we saw the dangers of democracy because the fact is, at least 65% of this country is in favor of testing and jabbing and the whole thing. They're in masks. So we do have democracy, unfortunately. And under democracy, guess what? To some extent, now some of y'all don't leave your house already. Some of you's already hoarder shut-ins. That's fine. I'm talking about those of us who do actually go out in the motherfucking real world. Okay. And I don't care what these people say. Oh, nobody wears a mask where I live. Well, I've probably been where you live because I drove a truck all over the country. Yeah, they do. In fact, I guarantee you, name a fucking town above 5,000 people. I can go there right now and somebody's got a mask on right fucking now. I don't want to hear it. That's denial. It's delusion. I was in Kansas City, fucking masks everywhere. Oh, and somebody in the live chat. Oh, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm in Kansas City. Nobody's got a mask on. Well, literally every person I see has got a mask on, and I'm outdoors. What are you talking about? See, they don't leave their house. So in their mind, they don't wear a mask and they're in their own house and everything's delivered. So yeah, nobody wears a mask. Why? Because they saw somebody walking down the street out their window and didn't have one on. Like, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. But yeah, I'm not identified with what this government does. Why would I psychologically identify with the American flag? Why would I psychologically identify with the U.S. military? What? Why? Now, I did at a certain time. It's because I was a brainwashed program normie in my psychology, which is to some extent a product of this system, but I had not explored my programming yet. See, so I just accepted, okay, of course, America's the good guy, and all of these things. So here we are in the so-called truth community, and we still got people that believe in America. You can't be a motherfucking truther and believe in mom, MAGA, apple pie, traditional family values. Now you can practice them, but I mean, you can't believe in them as if that's a thing. If you think there's one conservative politician in the government, no, there's not. There's zero conservative politicians, and all politicians at every level are garbage. Your fucking local city council is solely comprised of garbage human beings. Your local mayor is a piece of garbage. The people in your state government are trash. Your governor, garbage. It's just how it is. You know why? Because the wicked one owns this motherfucker. And those are his political seats. And those people can't sit in them seats unless they serve the one who owns them seats. And that's just how it is. Now, people can deny that and, oh, well, I don't want it to be that way. Well, so what? Who the fuck are you? Who cares what you want? This is how it is. Truther. Are you kidding me? Oh, but I got to hear, oh, we, they. No, it's all you, buddy, because you are doing it on some level. I'm doing it on some level. It's actually us. Us. So what the fuck is wrong with us individually? That this is collectively what we, meaning all of the individuals in the realm, this is the The total sum output of our creative force moment to moment is a goddamn literal hell realm, nightmare dystopian, Babylon fucking prison camp. Yeah. I mean, come on. Well, but the thing about the Sky Daddy stuff, Carl, is that's just my belief, right? Like, I understand intellectually that it's more or less ludicrous, right? But, and by the way, I don't doesn't believe, it doesn't matter to me what's in you guys' minds at that level, because again, I believe that it's in spiritually, it's individual. So you got skin in the game, so therefore, it really doesn't fucking matter. From my perspective, it really doesn't matter what's going on with you. It's discrete. discrete. It's discrete. It's individual. And that's why I'm not down with all this I am, we're all the same, we're all one consciousness nonsense. Yeah, maybe anyway, I don't even want to get into it, but no, you're not me. No, you're not. If you were, things would be much better in certain ways and things would be much worse in other ways. Okay. I know this fake pandemic never could have happened if people were like me. Nope. Wouldn't have never happened as far as masking and fucking hand sanitizing and all this nonsense and jabs. No, if people were like me, we would have just been like, no, we're not doing that. You out of your fucking mind? Yeah, but there's other ways in which I don't want people to be like me. It'd be horrible if everywhere I went, people were like me. It'd be awful. Pedantic fucking assholes. Good Lord. No thanks. Yeah, maybe musical is the secret. I've just lost interest. Now, I hope Trump wins the presidency because I want to be able to laugh at these people who think that he's going to help the masses, because we know that nobody's going to go into the presidency and help the masses of people. That's just it's never happened in my lifetime. It's never going to happen. It's not a thing that happens. Nobody goes into the presidency and then does anything that helps the masses of people ever. Yeah. Yeah, I do trust the script. Cult member 143. Good to see you, by the way. I trust the script to continue to suck out the sustenance of the people, to prey upon the people, to further, to lead the people into further depravity, degradation, mental illness. Right. I expect all of the things we have today to get worse. Yeah, that's what I expect. Mm-hmm. And back to the thing about there not being a we. So to consistently speak of something that does not exist as if it does exist, that's literally to be in a state of delusion and denial. So that's mental illness. Okay. So if a person, as far as I can tell, if a person inhabits a state of delusion and denial over time, they become mentally ill, even if they weren't to start with. So here I am in the metaverse, and not the audience for this. I'm not talking about the audience for this broadcast. I'm talking about the larger so-called truth community, mentally ill for the most part. At least half of them mentally ill because of this delusion and this denial that there's a we. There ain't no we, buddy. Go make a we, then come back and talk to me. And yeah, I'm recovering, although I'm not going to fully recover, I'm pretty sure, but I'm recovering from my illness to some extent, although based on my own discipline where I'm able to adhere to a very strict diet. But I have recently transitioned from, I'm no longer on the canned vegetables. I got these 2 little portable cookers, and I've been cooking my own beets, carrots, radish, garlic, and celery. And it makes a big difference, actually. I'm certainly getting, my eyesight is not near as bad as it was. Although my kidneys are in such bad shape, dude, my pee is orange from the carrots. Yeah, it's no bueno. But no health advice. I don't want to know how to fix it. Just no. Leave me alone. Thank you, though. Your advice is not wanted, appreciated, needed. None of that. I don't want health advice from anybody. And numerous times I've had people suggest nutritional supplements, and I've done a reach and grab and showed them that supplement to the camera. We did that like 10 different supplements in a row one day. I just reach and grabbed each supplement that people said I should try. Yeah. It's like, no, I'm on it. It's fine. Thank you, though. I'm really not trying to hang around any more than absolutely necessary, to be honest with you. Although I guess if I could outlive my mama, that'd be nice. Of course, her brain's gone. The fucking bioweapon attack took out her brain, unfortunately. Grandma's got dementia, but not from that. Well, yeah, turn the circus off, or at least know you're watching one. Yeah, exactly. These people. This is what I'm talking about. The brainwashing and the mind control is so strong and goes so deep that these people, as their consciousness and as their self image is identified with Americanism, right? The American dream, all of these things we were programmed with. We, meaning the people who came up in this system, especially in the United States. See, I will be specific when I use the word we. Um, well, some of these people have never bothered to get that code out of their brain. So when I popped over to Yurt's broadcast, he's showing something about, America, the American military doing shit in Syria or whatever. Yeah, that's not me. I'm not, whatever that is that's doing that, I'm not identified with that thing. I don't view myself as some sort of reflection of that thing. Okay. And if enough people were like me with respect to how they think about that thing wouldn't exist. And people are like, oh, well, what are you going to do? You got to protect the country. You got to do this. You got to do that. No, you don't. What are you talking about? You got to do it. You don't have to do a damn thing but live and die. You're supposing that all of these have to happen. No, you don't. Look at Tibet. There's no reason to live that way. It's a choice. And Americans are identified. Oh, we're big, tough, strong Americans. Meanwhile, lose every time they go into an armed conflict. Get their ass kicked. We face. See, I almost did it. You see how the brainwashing goes. The American military faced off with the Chinese. Oh yeah, in the Korean War. Got their ass kicked. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Japanese. Bad motherfuckers. We just assume, oh, it's Americans, so they're going to kick everybody's ass. Meanwhile, America didn't win the Second World War. That was Russia did that. Russia won the Second World War, not the States. Oh, but they raised me up to think that America went and saved everybody's ass in World War II. Nope. It's just people didn't realize that you got to kill about half the Russians before they even notice. That's what's going on in those people's psychology. That it ain't to them. It ain't really a problem. You got to starve those motherfuckers out for about 2 years and kill about half of them, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, I guess we better fucking take this shit serious and go kick some ass," which is what they did, by the way. And I haven't even really studied World War II, but that's from what I know about it. But America, come on. Vietnam, oh yeah, great. What a great victory. Come on. It's a joke. Look at the Black Hawk Down thing, another joke. Freaking skinnies, man. Oh, went up against the Army Rangers and the damn Delta Force, man. With AKs, barely even know how to shoot. Fucking shooting down helicopters, man, with rocket propelled grenades. Oh, that's right. Have you seen that movie Charlie Wilson's War? Oh, guess what? Who taught them how to do that? Oh, that America went over there and said, "Hey, here's how you shoot down these. Here's how you shoot down these helicopters with these rocket." Oh, actually, that was Afghanistan. See, I'm conflating the two, but you see what I'm saying. It's close enough. Yeah, there you go, Linda Curtis. Good to see you. Yeah, and I'm not an expert on geopolitics or history or anything, so you see, I'm actually my thinking goes into error very quickly. Yeah. Man will dominate man to his own injury. Linda Curtis, good to see you. Yeah. Well, we're not the United States government is not operating based on the Constitution, Monk. That's not a thing. The Constitution is clearly not being used. It's not in effect. Now, I would direct you to the something like 26 declared states of emergency, which means that the Constitution is suspended as far as the government is concerned, and it's the so-called shadow government. And Donnie himself, whoever the president is, every single year since 2001, there's 2 different declared states of emergency because of those terrorist attacks. No matter who the president is, Republican or Democrat, they extend the emergency. So, no, sorry. No, Constitution not in effect. Now, they want you to think it is, so the system does function at the level of it does just enough to make you think you have these rights. But The reality is it's Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand. It's all the state. As far as the state's concerned, you are the property of the state. You have no rights. You have privileges. I'm talking about from the perspective of the state. You can say, well, I'm this and I'm that, and I'm a human, and God gave me this and God gave me that. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm saying, according to this thing out here, it owns everything, and it's all controlled by Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand. If you're familiar with that GIF, and I say that because if you read the writings attributed to Benito Mussolini, that's what he wrote about, among other things, but primarily what he wrote about. Yeah, the mergers of the corporation and the government. Well, but and let's do an exercise here. I'm going to read the U.S. Declaration of Independence, but I'm going to make a change, and I think it reads, I think it works, right? Make a key change. Let me read this thing if I can find it. Where is it? Text. I guess you got to say text, because who would be foolish enough to actually read the thing? So the internet just thinks I want to know what it is. Yeah, text. No, I don't want an excerpt. I want the whole thing. See, I mean, what does this tell you? That you can't even just quickly go to the freaking Declaration of Independence. I'm having to go through multiple freaking links here to even get to it. I don't want an excerpt. I don't want to order it. Oh, transcription. Okay. All right. The unanimous declaration in Congress, July 4, 1776, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves. I'm going to read this again. This is in the founding documents, one of the founding documents. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. And I'm about to make a key replacement from the original text. The history of the present federal government of the United States is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. The United States federal government has refused to assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. The United States federal government has forbidden its governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance unless suspected in their operation until the assent of The United States federal government should be obtained, and when so suspended, the United States federal government has utterly neglected to attend to them. The United States federal government has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people unless those people would relinquish the rights of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only. The United States federal government has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with the measures of the United States federal government. The United States federal government has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness the United States federal government's invasions on the rights of the people. The United States federal government has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions from within. Sound like the southern border to anybody? Go ask Texas what they think about that. The United States federal government has endeavored to prevent the population of these states for that purpose, obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. The United States federal government has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing to assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. The United States federal government has made judges dependent on their will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. The United States federal government has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. Sound like the IRS to anybody? The United States federal government has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. Sound familiar? The United States federal government has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. Militarized police, anyone? The United States federal government has combined with others to subject the people, to subject us, meaning the people, to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution. Interesting. You mean like the UN? You mean like all of these foreign bodies? You mean like how the FDA has now, basically the United States got sued at the World Trade Organization, and now that when you go to your local grocery store and it says your beef says product of USA, that in fact by international law that can be from other countries. Interesting. Yep, researched that one myself. The United States federal government has kept among us. The United States federal government has quartered large bodies of armed troops among us for protecting them. For quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states. Sound like the police to anybody? For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Sounds like, Guantanamo? For establishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring, for abolishing the free system of, let's just say the Constitution. Let's just skip that one. That's a little too complicated. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. I think that's what happens when you suspend the Constitution and you activate the shadow government. As far as I can tell, it's probably been the Constitution probably has not been in effect my entire life. And on and on and on and on and on. So if you want to read the Declaration of Independence, just replace King George with the United States federal government. That's all you got to do, and it reads perfect. So instead of the Brits, you can now read it, and you can refer it to the existing government that we have. I mean, what do y'all think about that? I mean, it's right there. Well, I mean, what else do you need to know? I guess we didn't peak with the self-awareness as previously reported. Yeah, but I still got these bozos that want to identify at the level of their psychology. And by the way, when I first discovered these so-called truth communities, a lot of them was MAGA. You literally thought Trump was going to save everything. Like literally. Right. And I'm like, wow, Alex Jones 10 years ago taught me about the left-right paradigm, and now all of a sudden Trump's going to save us. Former Democrat and Manhattan billionaire who just went on to do Operation Warp Speed. By the way, who benefited the most from Operation Warp Speed? Hometown Pfizer, headquartered in Manhattan. Shocking. Yeah, they don't have a memory, Trish. They have no memory. They don't understand it. They're not meant to understand it. Right. But they're awake. They're awake. Right. And so all they got to do is go wake everybody else up. Right. And then we're all saved. Except, you're going to wake them up from the false reality and to the next adjacent layer of false reality. And I hope Trump gets back in so I can laugh. I want to laugh at these people for 4 years. I just want to laugh at them, just like I laughed at the lefties when Trump got elected. I just laughed at them. I had my Bluetooth speaker. I went out on the streets with my Bluetooth speaker and I played the clip of what's her name, that lady. She was asked on some interview, who's most likely to be the president, out of these Republican candidates. And she said, out of the ones running, and they said, yeah. And she said, Donald Trump, and they all laughed at her. And I just played that. I had it on a repeat. I just laughed at him. I was near the campus, University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. I just laughed at them the next day. Said, you fucking idiots. Morons. The wicked one owns the presidency. So if Trump inhabits the presidency, he can only do that by serving the one who owns the seat. That's how politics works, by the way. That's literally what politics is. Literally. Right. Anyway, go check Yurt out. He's live. Yurt's live. Go check him out. I think he was. But see, this is what and by the way, what started the rant? What started the rant? What started the rant was, hey, bro, I'm live 7 fucking days a week, more or less. How about just email me and be like, hey, man, are you going live? And I'll literally type back, yeah, man, I'm going to. What are you trying to do something? Oh, yeah, I was thinking I might go live. Okay, well, I'll wait till you're done. And then we could all be over there listening to Yurt. I might even simulcast it if he opens the panel up, right? Why aren't we? We're not working together. But then you want me to think that these people, and by the way, I just read the Declaration of Independence, which more or less said the so-called founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson or whoever wrote the thing, more or less said, well, this is just people's psychology. As long as the suffering is tolerable, they won't do shit to stop it. Because they're adapted to it, and they'll just continue to suffer. Right. But I'm supposed to believe that, any moment now things are going to get bad enough and these people are going to rise up. Meanwhile, Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand says that the people ain't even capable of revolt. Did you know that as far as this system is concerned, that psychologically the masses are literally incapable of revolting? So they're not worried about it. Oh, but the globalists are panicking. Oh, man, they're just terrified that these people are going to wake up any moment and fucking get out the pitchforks. Sure, they're not. These people go to cremation of care at Bohemian Grove. Haven't you seen that? A whole ritual about getting rid of their conscience, about the fact that they might have enough humanity that they can access to regard you at the level of your humanity. They go and do fucking satanic rituals to get rid of it, to remove that from themselves. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How can people understand? Well, they don't understand it. How can people have some level of comprehension and intellectual, grasp of these concepts and not put this all together like I just did? Because people want to have hope. Because inside a human being is like a hope station, right? Meanwhile, what does it fucking matter that you're a human being with a hope station inside of you, and you're predisposed to experiencing hope? Wait a minute. The enemy is the world's foremost expert in your psychology. So in fact, the wicked one knows you got a hope station in your heart somewhere, and it's using that against you, sir, ma'am. Oh, we. No. It's not a thing. These people will put up with anything. These people jab their kids. These people put their kids in masks, send them off to public school where the goddamn teachers and administrators had their face covered. You know what that is? That's a predator's fucking heyday, that they can get a job in a school district and cover their fucking face And the kids got their face covered. Hey, little Johnny, what happened? Well, these horrible fucking, they took me in a closet and these horrible things happened. Oh, really? Who did it? I don't know. They had a mask on. I couldn't tell you who it was. Hey, little Susie, did you see little Johnny get dragged off to the closet there? Well, I saw somebody get taken away, but I don't know who it was. He had his face covered. I can't go to court and identify him. See, my brain went there day one. And by the way, this is why I tried to check out of this motherfucker. I thought I found a loophole, thought I could drink myself to death. Meanwhile, I'm still here. I'm still here. But then, but you got a hope station and you want to have hope. And let's just go through suppression and repression and depression and just pretend like that shit didn't just happen. Well, it's going to happen again. It's just like 08, 09. About 15 years later, now we're going through the next financial crisis. There's going to be another pandemic, about 15 years, I think. About 15 years, it's going to happen again. It's going to be far worse. Yeah, why? Because that's what Yuri Bezmenov said. That's how long it takes to educate a generation. So you got, the little kids got indoctrinated, and it's normal now for there to be a pandemic, and now we all got to change our ways of life, right? That's normal. So wait 15 years, and some of the older folks, they're dead, right? They're gone. The people who really, had the most trouble adapting to it, debatably, they're gone, right? Now we got, 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds. Oh, time for the next pandemic. Well, now let's go ahead and get them properly indoctrinated, right? And now we got older people, now they're 30. They remember the first one. So they're like, yeah, this is just totally normal. We grew up with this. We know what this is. So then now it can just be even harsher. Now it can go even deeper, right? Now, maybe that will be the camps, right? And then see, I'm full doomer. So I just assumed that, more or less, I knew I'm never going to take any of this poisons. And so I thought there was a pretty decent chance they were going to come try to take me off to a camp. Well, it's obviously not going to happen in the short term, but who's to say in another fucking however many years that it won't, right? Oh, but the people are going to rise up. If they didn't rise up all over this, they're never going to rise up. It's been bad enough before the fake pandemic. It was already bad enough, which proves that these people ain't going to rise up. Ain't going to be no civil war. None of that shit's going to happen. Not going to happen. And if it does, it's only going to happen in ways that benefit the system. Shout out to the writings of Ted Kaczynski, attributed to Ted Kaczynski, which, surprise, surprise, we've taken this material and these thoughts and ideas and these philosophies and ideologies, and we've just, let's go ahead and do this. We've encapsulated them in a singular image. Surprise, surprise, there it is. Yeah. So, that's a criminal psychopath, murderer. So those ideas are now attributed to that thing. So they're discredited. See? And supposedly, the guy that sketch is based on is one of the smartest motherfuckers of all time. And he's a very good writer. And I encourage anybody who hasn't read them, maybe we'll read them on stream. We'll go read the writings attributed to Ted Kaczynski, who, by the way, was one of the youngest. This is a Cal Berkeley professor, by the way. Now, he's not a conservative. This is it's a Cal Berkeley professor, lest we forget, one of the youngest ever, perhaps the youngest ever. Now, he got the fuck out of there, presumably, because, I guess maybe he wasn't quite fucking lefty enough, right? And in fact, did what I would say are the most intelligent critiques of the left that you'll ever read. But I'm in the so-called truth communities, and guess who's read all that? Me, Davy Crocco, Drew's read some of it. Some of y'all. You think Dick's read any of that stuff? No, of course not. So if you really are what you think you are, I say probably about time to crack the books. You can just go download the PDFs. You can Google Ted Kaczynski and bibliography. Here's the title of the 2 books. You can just type in the title and type in PDF download, and you'll find the fucking PDF download. You can just go read it. But you're not going to, are you? Now, and again, I don't mean you, the audience. I'm really talking more to the larger truth community. They're not going to do that. Why would they? Why would they want that information in their brain? Why would they go read the translations of the material attributed to Benito Mussolini and his helicopter hand? Why? Because they want to continue to talk about, well, the court did this and the fucking state government did that, and then Walmart did this and Amazon did that. No, it's all one fucking thing. No, Babylon did that. The fucking the wicked one did all that. That's the wicked one controls all. It's one thing from its perspective. There is no FDA. There is no Walmart. There is no Amazon. There is no state of Arkansas government. It's all one thing. Oh man, good to see you, Mr. Me. Yeah, yeah, Croco. Yep, there you go. Shout out to Teddy K. No, it's all true. That's what you live in. What I'm describing the realm as it continues to express. That's what this is. Yeah, it's nothing short of. It's actually worse than what I'm saying, but it's certainly nothing short of what I'm saying it is. Well, see, this is the thing is you don't understand your enemy, meaning that people like Dick who thinks he's MAGA, or I'm not even saying he thinks he's MAGA because he says he doesn't believe in the Republicans or whatever. I'm saying people who are psychologically identified with this United States government and the United States military, they don't understand communism. They've never read Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. Now, Europe probably has. But if you haven't read Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals and recognize that, wow, these commies really are doing all this, they're really just go read it again. PDF Saul Alinsky Rules for Radicals PDF download. There it is. Boom. It's an information age. Oh, just read it. Oh, look, this is really what they're doing. Shocking. So you can't defeat an enemy that you don't understand. It's the art of war. So step one, if you think you're going to defeat these commies, meanwhile they've already taken over. This country's fully communist. It's just covert. It's not out in the open. Now this is a communist country. Period. End of story. Right now. America is a communist country today. It's just hidden below the surface. Period. Undebatably. Yeah, and not everybody learns through reading, by the way, Rob. Yeah, some people learn by listening. I learn by reading visually. I don't learn. So when Wizard goes on and on and on, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about because I don't learn that way. I need a transcript of what he's saying. Yeah, Provo Kid hours. Well, Trump just does what he's told. That's the thing. Trump is not even a human being at this point because he has a little bit of room in which to work. Beyond that, he has to do what he's told. Period. It ain't up to him. That's why when I point out I say he's still proud of Operation Warp Speed. Oh, he had to do that. Oh, okay. What good is he then? He's not his own man. So you think that the people, if you really think the people elected Donald Trump and Donald Trump has a pure heart and motive to help the people, and you're telling me that he had no choice but to do Operation Warp Speed, and by the way, these are the same people who believe that the jab is literally killing people and continues to kill people. I honestly haven't seen the evidence of that. Now, maybe it is. I don't know, but I haven't seen it. Now, meanwhile, so you got people, and this is part of the psychological sickness. You got people who believe on the one hand that the jab is just killing untold swaths of people, but then on the same hand, they psychologically identify with Donald Trump, who is responsible for it, number one, who number two brags about it. He's refused to distance himself from it. He continues to brag about it. And Operation Warp Speed. Oh, what do you think is going to happen? It's either not going to get brought up. Are we really about to go into an election cycle and Donald Trump's going to, meaning, okay, the United States is really about to go into an election cycle and it's either just not going to come up or he's just going to be like, yeah, he's going to brag about it. Why? Because we have democracy, the United States has democracy, even though it's not supposed to. And the majority of the populace is in favor of injections. The majority of the populace is in favor of all these pandemic measures. So Trump knows he can go up there and that a certain amount of his base is anti-jab. You had people at Trump rallies holding up anti-jab signs while the guy was doing Operation Warp Speed. So they're gone. They don't know. They don't even know what's happening. They're not tracking. Their brains are not processing data, sir, ma'am. So these are the people. So go out here and meet these people and talk to them and recognize that their brains don't process data. You can put all the input you want and their brains don't process it. And on their best day, you can put one idea in their head. This is the best day of their life, right? Put them on the lion's mane, put them on the fucking ginkgo, put them on the neurotropics, get them a good night's sleep, really fucking catch them in their best mental state ever. They can have one idea at a time. That's why they can't make connections, because they can only ever think about one thing. So yeah, we can talk to them about the damage masks has done to kids or whatever, and they'll agree with you. But you see, you can't connect that to anything else. because once you try to move to the next thing to make your next point, well, this thing about the kids and them, that's gone. See, so now you're talking about the next thing, and in your mind, you've connected the two, but in their mind, they don't connect. So they'll just agree with every one of your points. Oh yeah, 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 but it has no effect because at the end of it, you just from their perspective, it's just a completely unrelated series of topics that you just covered. In your mind, it's like, well, of course, the one thing led to the next thing that led to the next thing, which is going to lead to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Pattern recognition. But you're processing data on some level. These people are not. It's over. It's a wrap for it's the days of your average human being in the United States, the days of their brains processing data, it's over. Probably never to return. So I don't know. So, okay, you want to talk to me about we? Well, go make a we. And you want to talk to people about waking people up? Okay, I'll patiently wait while you teach all of them how to think for themselves. And I'm probably will die waiting, most likely. So, yeah. Thanks for the, we got Music Holds a Secret linking the rules for radicals down there. Well, and yeah, none of this applies to us, meaning the people who listen to these broadcasts. I'm talking about, mostly and I call them the Paul and Slave rejects. Your Joe Cools, your Freedom Growers, which I like Dick as a person, and I could get along with him in the real world. I'm sure we'd be amicable in all this, but the people's their thinking is several years behind, man. It's just, can we please catch up? Can we just accept that there's no we? Oh, but I have a hope station inside of me. Okay, well, I guess I'm just going to be over here while you spend the rest of your life in a fucking state of delusion, denial, repression, suppression, depression. I guess, all right, I'll be over here doing my broadcast while you guys are over there engaged in delusion and denial and mental illness and brainwashing. All right, sure. But we can talk about MK Ultra here and there. So we'll talk about the government mind control program, but we won't talk about your brainwashing. But meanwhile, I've gone in here and detected my code, and I've removed most of it. Most of mine's been. I went in there and figured it out, and I detected it, and I uninstalled that code. See. Yeah, inject the hopium. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I understand you're a person and you have hope. So what? It means it's proof of nothing. Yeah, you have hope. Great, wonderful. We live in hell, but you got hope. Meanwhile, there ain't no hope in this world. Hey, Thought Respecter. Always good to see a Thought Respecter around. Shout out to you, sir. Trisha's gone. Safe, full Pamela. Yeah, safe space engaged. Watch out, Trish. They're coming for you. The live chat sharks. I don't even call them trolls at this point. They're sharks. They're like great white sharks swimming in the waters of the live chat. And see, I think this is the main reason why I get along with the live chat and some of these other folks don't. Shout out to live chat. I was on the internet in 94. It was text. If you wanted to look at a picture, you had to type in a command and wait for the fucking image to populate your screen. And it took a while. So if you've ever been in a graphics program and there's an option like, oh, interlace the GIF or the GIF, you're like, what does that mean? Well, that means in the old days, the image used to populate your screen like line by line. So the interlacing means it draws you like a little bit of the picture all at once. It's less annoying, right? Of course, most of y'all don't have no idea about that. So I come from the days of, yeah, I got to discuss ideas with people. It was me typing and me reading what they typed. So I am the live chat on some level. Yep. This is pre-dial-up, Cleveland. When I was where I lived in Arkansas, there wasn't dial-up yet. I went to the University of Arkansas. We had computer labs on campus with the campus had a T1 line, which lest we forget, that's 1.5 megabits in each direction. Now, if I do a speed test if my internet was 1.5 megabits in either direction, I'd be like, wow, what's wrong? This is way too slow. So we didn't even have dial-up. We had computer labs on campus, right? In fact, do you know what my original email address was? The first email I ever had was benton@uark.edu because the university did not yet assign people's email addresses. I actually contacted the systems administrator and said, hey, can I please have an email account? And he made me one, and it was called Benton. In fact, I think he said, what do you want your username to be, if I recall correctly? Right. But then a couple of years later, everybody, when they started going to school, they were just assigned one, Yeah, there wasn't any dial-up. Now, my university, as a student, the university had a dial-up server, so I could actually dial in through that. But you couldn't yet even pay money. Not in the town I live. Probably big cities had it. Yeah. And it, again, all text, right? So, yeah. Well, and we know the masses, or the individuals that comprise the masses, are literally in a hypnotic state. They're effectively unconscious. They don't even know what they're doing. They're not aware of what they're doing. Yeah, well, see, that's interesting. See, Jack 2B says this. He says, I've yet to use a PC for anything. I have only used internet on phones. Well, by the way, welcome to my internet, Jack. You're welcome here. But, imagine my frustration as a pseudo-autistic person, because when I first got on the internet back in the text days, a person wasn't really able to get on the internet without some sort of technical knowledge. So nobody's feelings was involved in the internet. It was just a bunch of nerds who like to talk about ideas. So, much to my chagrin, as over time, more and more people, more and more normies arrived on the internet. And now it's the feelings. They brought their feelings to my internet. What's okay. I mean, that's the ethos of the internet, free, open, welcome to everybody. It's open to everybody, right? But, yeah. And the fact is, a lot of people, and this is not against you, Jack, I'm speaking generally, there was a lot of folks who just never were ever going to get on the internet because they were never going to learn how to use computers. They just weren't. Now, they would learn just enough if school required them to use a computer or whatever. And in fact, I in college worked in a computer lab, and I used to assist some of the students, right? If they had questions or whatever, I'd help them out. In fact, that's how I met ex-wife number one, actually. I was working as a computer lab operator. And if anybody knows anything about psychology and females and dating and relationships, what happened was that I could see her screen from where I was sitting, and I noticed that she was about to have an issue. So I attempted to intervene and assist her with the issue she was going to have, but she was really snotty to me. It was like, no. And so I said, fine. I just went back to my desk. And then 5 minutes later, she's got her hand up wanting help, and I just refused to help her. I was like, no, you didn't want my help 5 minutes ago. And then we ended up, on some sort of group outing a couple of weeks later. Well, what happened was she knew somebody that I knew, and she said, hey, what about that guy that works at the computer lab? And then the other guy's like, hey, oh, you're interested in him or whatever. You're interested in him or whatever. And she's probably like, no, not really. But then next thing you know, we're all going to the movies together. Right. And she just happens to be sitting next to me. But then I'm over here on Aphrodite's comments, and I got these broads trying to say, more or less say I'm an incel because I feel some type of way. Well, I don't know what to tell you, because I'm the type of person just lived my life and, had an honest, open interaction with a lady. And 2 weeks later, I'm at a movie theater, and here she is next to me, right? Trying to press up on me with her little bit of cleavage on display. And so I'm like, well, clearly this is a sign, right? And then just got her number, took her on a date, and the rest was history. See, it used to be normal. It's just normal, right? See, I don't come from this world where it's just you see these teen romantic comedy movies, and it's just like the guy has to jump through 5 billion hoops to maybe get the attention of the girl, right? I don't come from that world. I come from the world where I'm just myself, and then the ladies make it known passively that they want to spend a little time with old Benton, right? Not a big thing, man. But it shows you how society's degenerated very quickly. That's right, Carl. Yeah, and in fact, she still goes to the slabs, as far as I know. She was probably there over the winter, I'm assuming. Yeah. Well, it's hilarious. It's like, no, I've had my first experience with the ladies. I was 15, and it could have been, I was 12, and this older girl was trying to make it happen, and I was so sheltered, I literally didn't know what was going on. Looking back on it, I'm like, oh yeah, she was trying to give me some, and I just didn't even know. I literally could have been 12. which I know in your community is not necessarily unusual, Rob, but for the white boys, it's not. But even 15 was early. But and by the way, it's not no big deal to me. But now I'm in a world where it's just because I don't have a woman right here in the fucking frame. It's just assumed that I'm some kind of loser that can't get abroad. I have a girlfriend by the end of the week. What are you talking about? Thanks, Gary Baxter. Well, see, here's in your this is an astute point. Gary says if a person has an opinion about you or things that you do, and that person does not sit at your table, your dinner table 4 nights a week, their opinion. I agree. I agree with you, Gary Baxter. But then I'll transition into another. Indeed, thank you. Music holds a secret. Says my kingdom is no part of this world. Indeed, sir. Indeed. But I'll transition into somewhere else in the notes where I talk about, a lot of, and some of this is these chat personalities like Sideways Stewie. And then we see Tinsel TQ appears to be Breaking Bad, right? But not in the Tommy sense, just Breaking Bad generally. And the reality is where it comes down to, and I do have enough narcissistic traits. Thank God, I don't have any actual, personality disorders as defined by, psychology, but in psychiatry. And again, that's all debatable. We can call it pseudoscience, but there's something to some of that, I think. But the fact is, some of these people have weaker personalities, and I'm not talking about you, Carl. Carl's got his own thing going on. But some of these people that have weaker, and this is, by the way, this is how Snicker Pie got run off. I'm pretty sure I never saw her again after I said this on the broadcast, but because I pointed out that Paul has a very strong personality, and she seems like the type that she needs to be able to play off of somebody with a strong personality. So that's what I'm providing here. Now, I'm not the only person here with a strong personality. That's obvious. But the fact is, there's a lot of folks who they need to use someone like me as a catalyst and as something they can play off of. They don't have the strength of character. They don't have the strength of personality to go out onto the stage alone and just start creating. And to me, I honestly don't even think it's that big of a deal. I'm not like, oh, I'm doing some great thing. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm saying they lack that strength of character, which is fine. But, look at Sideways Stewie. Well, sideways, that has a particular colloquial meaning in the culture I'm from. If I'm sideways with somebody, that means I'm in conflict with them. So he's kind of already telling you what he is right there in his name, right? He's here to get sideways with the host. But he's going to come in as if he's in agreement. He's going to come in as if he's a friend of the channel. But then what do you see? Oh, as soon as Drew and EBT to some extent, although EBT really doesn't give me that hard of a time. And EBT knows if he keeps it humorous that I'm not bothered by any of it. I just think it's funny. But, now I see Stewie over there in Drew's comments on Drew's videos, and it's obvious what you're doing, Stewie. You're attempting to curry favor, right? But what the fuck is that going to do for you? And do you think Drew gives a fuck? Drew doesn't tolerate sycophants, right? Which is one of my attractions to Drew's channel in the first place. But especially once I got to know about this Mac QOC, and it's nothing but sycophants. In fact, you have to be a sycophant to be accepted in the QOC realm, right? Dude, I was on this is before I tried to drink myself to death and before I got attacked with a bioweapon. My mind was sharp as could be at the time. I was posting some really high-level comments on some of his videos. The motherfucker deleted them. And you know what his sycophants did? That nobody replied, nobody thumbs up it, nobody liked it. They just pretended like it didn't exist because they're waiting to see how is the leader going to respond to this, right? Well, shout out to Drew. He don't tolerate no sycophants, so you're not going to be able to curry favor over there, Stewie. Good luck to you. Meanwhile, I see you for what you are over here. You're a fucking bozo, buddy. You're a bozo. Intellectually, you can be weird and behave strangely, and I'll still love you on some level and accept you. But get that weak shit out of here, Stewie. You're weak-minded. You're weak of character. You're lacking in mental strength and focus. But you need somebody like me. You want to play off of my strong personality. So that's where I get into it here, Gary Baxter. Is that the reality is with some of my defects of character, I like when people want to engage at the level of my personality. I'm not engaging at the level of Sideways Stewie's personality. I'm not engaging at the level of Tinsel TQ's personality. In fact, I barely know anything about their personalities. Meanwhile, here's mine, just 7 days a week. All you can eat buffet of Benton's personality. Meanwhile, because of my growth and because I've worked on myself over time, I actually minimize how much I talk about myself. I could just come on here and talk about myself the whole time. But I don't find it particularly interesting. So why would the audience? And I am the audience on some level. I'm in the mind of the audience to some degree. I don't want to fucking hear that shit. Not all day, air day. No, Carl, you're a made man around here, Carl. You're good. No, we got to have Carl. Well, it's the internet, Trisha. That's the thing is, see that the internet is under no obligation to be nice to you, Trisha. So, yeah, welcome to the internet, ma'am. Same thing with Aphrodite, and that's why I liked Clay Extra Dense's comments about Aphrodite. He's like, "You ain't special, Aphrodite." this motherfucker he'll jump out the window with anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Welcome to the internet. Thanks, 76er. Much appreciated. What's the only way I can maintain my sanity? Literally, I can't maintain my sanity without facing these things as they exist. And in fact, I chose to go to the streets for damn near an entire decade just to figure this out enough to be able to speak with you folks. And I guess I'll be back to truck driving soon. You know, I think the plan now, the plan is always subject to change, but I think the plan is, I think I'm going to 1099 it, meaning 1099 means you're, a contractor, but the company still provides all the equipment and pays for all the fuel and all the repairs. But basically, they just don't take taxes out of my check. So I think I'm going to save up about 20 G's if I can actually work that long. I feel fucking great here of late, by the way. Although I still experience fatigue. The nausea is not so bad anymore. My kidneys are fucked. I think they're probably as good as they're ever going to be, and they're fucked. But as long as I taste the digestive enzymes, I seem to be all right. I still have the malabsorption, but I'm absorbing some of the nutrients, right? I can tell that because my eyesight's my main gauge of that. But meanwhile, I went and played poker the other night, and between wanting to be able to tell the live chat that I had won in the game, between that and literally not being able to see my hole cards after a while, that's why I quit the game early. Yeah, and so I only booked a $1,550 win. So I'm probably going to save up about 20 G's, and they have this Bravo poker app where a lot of these poker rooms are signed up. So I've been looking at the poker rooms in the area, and there's enough pot limit Omaha games running where on a $20,000 bankroll, I got a pretty good shot at just doing that for a living. I don't want to, though. I won't be able to get up at 4 a.m. anymore. I love getting up. Well, I even get up earlier than that usually. I won't be able to get up super early. I'll have to adjust my sleep schedule, which will then affect the streaming schedule, right? I don't particularly like sitting at a table with those people. I'm social, but I'm certainly an oddball. I say weird shit sometimes, so it can be a bit off-putting for folks. But yeah, I can certainly make money from it. What's up, Burn Eye? Good to see you, brother. And Burn Eye had 150 between his two channels. So I see you working, Burn Eye. I see you working. I popped over there, but I didn't really know what the drama was about, Burn Eye. But then when I'm mentally preparing for my broadcast, I wasn't able to get in the flow of things over there. But I wanted to at least pop in and lend my support. Yeah, you're right, Gary. I love my routines, man. I love my routines. But yeah, Tunica, I'd probably have to go to Tunica because Tunica's pretty much got Pot Limit Omaha running around the clock. Whereas like when I went to Tulsa, the game didn't even start till 6, and that's only 3 days a week. So yeah. But I've noticed Pot Limit Omaha, you used to almost never even be able to find it except like it was literally certain cities, like Tunica had it and St. Louis had it. And that was about it, other than Vegas and I guess LA. But now Texas is open too. But I don't like that. Texas, you got to rent your seat. You got to pay an hourly fee. I'd rather I don't like that. So probably not trying to fuck with Texas. And they're more gambly, so I'd probably need a bigger bankroll anyway. But because even 20 grand is pushing it. That's really even not even enough. That's only 20 buy-ins. It's only $2,500 buy-ins. You really need more like 40 to 50. Yeah, that's a good point, Linda Curtis. I always like Linda's comments. I know I'm doing something right when Linda's around. Yeah. Well, they will, but it depends on what you expect of them, right? As long as, because like when I truck drive, I expect the people who drive cars to do the dumbest thing possible in any given scenario, and I'm rarely disappointed. Yeah, Trish. Trish is she's at a particular point in the journey. I give her kudos for, this can be a bit of an intimidating environment, and I don't even mean my channel. I just mean the truther niches, whatever that is, the little corners of the metaverse where the truthers, so called, tend to gather. Thanks, Burn. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, dude. And what's funny is I don't even like. How does it even happen? As far as the panels, I don't even know, man. Like, and I'm fascinated by it also, and I'm getting more comfortable. I'm getting more comfortable, sort of making everybody shut up, so I can sort of steer the conversation. Whereas before, I tend to just let things take their course. But part of that is the old testosterone's making a comeback. I'm I'm rested up enough now, and I think some of these nutrients are starting to affect me. I noticed that, not that I was lacking in that department, but I think it's starting to peak out now. I'm certainly becoming even more aggressive. Yeah, man, it's wild, isn't it? It is. It's fucking wild, bro. Well, and when I look back to the Aphrodite thing, I've got a lot of thoughts on that, but I don't even want to get into it right now. Actually, no one here gets out alive. That's right. Well, yeah, and I've talked about it before, dude. I've had maximum fun in my time, dude. I've had a lot of great novel experiences. I've had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of very rewarding relationships, although it's all transitory, right? And then that's where I get a little confused when some of the people from CBO universe, they tend to imply that, you know it's like, well, these relationships haven't lasted, so it's a failure. But it's like, that's like saying, because I'm going to die, my life's a failure. Like, none of this is going to continue on. Does it really matter that it ended early, right? Meanwhile, let's say that I had married my high school sweetheart and that we stayed together our entire lives. Guess what? One of us dies alone because one of us is most likely going to pass away before the other one. So it's a 50-50 shot. So I could literally spend 65, 70 years with my honey bun, and it's a coin flip on which one of us dies alone. Seriously. I mean, think about that. So that's why I don't even entertain those notions. Oh, you don't mind dying alone? I'm like, what are you talking about? I could have married the high school sweetheart, did 65 years with her, and then it's a coin flip on whether or not I die alone. What are you talking about? It's nonsense. But again, it's back to people haven't really considered these basic concepts. It's just, oh, let's just take these things for granted and then call it common sense, by the way, which isn't even a thing. Okay, sure. Yeah. Much love to Drew, by the way. We may very well be doing a morning show tomorrow. I really don't know. Yeah, born alone, die alone. Yeah, born to die. The end is built into the beginning, right? It is what it is. But I do want to cover, because it got too wild yesterday. Dick Freedom Grower was asking me more or less about my religious beliefs, which I don't really have religious beliefs, but as far as when I talk about Jesus and the Bible and all this, um, and again, I haven't really, a lot of people claim Christ. I haven't heard them testify, too many. And I'll keep it brief because the audience humors me, but I know we don't like too much of this talk. But here's my testimony, Freedom Grower. Christ Jesus has delivered me from wicked spirits, unclean spirits, and demonic spirits. That's my testimony. And um, I'm a born preacher. That's what I was born to be, and I do it. It's second nature. I do it like I breathe. I could go, but not a pastor, right? Not a somebody at your local church. I got no interest in getting involved in the affairs of the congregation or anything. No, I'm more of a tent revival preacher. I come in and just set everything on fire. That's what I do. And in my better moments, I'm emptied of myself as a vessel. And then when the Most High sees fit, the Most High fills me with the Holy Spirit. And then the message gets delivered. And then I know it that I'm filled with the Holy Spirit because I feel it. And all my bodily reward centers start going off. My body starts tingling. Okay. And I'm ain't scared of nothing. And shout out to Yurt, who he was trying to take Toilet Bowl Earth to task. I preached in the streets many times, many times. But it's not to get viewed a certain way, right? It's not to worship in the streets to be viewed as a worshiper, right? I was there in the time and the place, and I was used as an instrument of the Most High. Praise God in the name of Christ Jesus. That's for me though. We can debate these concepts, and I've said it before. And I played Alan Watts on this channel, and he even said Arkansas. He more or less said, if you indoctrinate these people from the South with these concepts, they're going to think in those terms. So I'll never be able to get. That's how I think, right? So if I have some direct experience of something we may refer to as the Christ consciousness, and I certainly have, to me that's Jesus, right? That's what that is. Now, whether it is or not, it's really none of my concern. Because again, I got skin in the game. I'm voting with my feet. And that's what TBE can't stand. Because if you don't believe Toilet Bowl Earth's dogma, if you're not in line with his dogma 100%, he ain't going to have nothing to do with you. And he doesn't think you should speak. He literally doesn't think I should be able to talk about Christ, God, the Bible, because I'm not in adherence with his dogma as he understands it. Meanwhile, sir, I was raised in a goddamn mind control cult, sir, called the Jehovah's Witnesses. I can't process dogma no more. And that's an authoritarian religion. And he can say till he's blue in the face, oh, well, they're not Christians. Oh, really? That's interesting. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say about the Jehovah's Witnesses. But see, because remember, Toilet Bowl of Earth, he's the one who decides if the Jehovah's Witnesses are Christians. See, and he's got psychological problems at the level of religion. I mean, he just does. But let's share the screen here and let's read just exactly what these people are. Interesting. Jehovah's Witnesses is a millenarian, however you say that, restorationist Christian denomination. Oh, but Toilet Bowl Earth says they're not Christian, so they're not. No, yeah, they are. Right here it says they are. With non-Trinitarian beliefs, distinct from mainstream Christianity. Interesting. Oh, but since they don't align with his dogma, they're not Christians, see? And that's where we get into this thing with Kim Before the Storm, trying to say, oh, well, no, Christians haven't gone all around the world murdering people because those weren't real Christians. I'm like, yeah, they were. Absolutely, they were. They did it in the name of Jesus. Now, were they right to do it? I would say not. But they still did. That's what Christians do. Christians go to the other side of the map and they kill the folks that live there. That's what they do. That's why I won't call myself a Christian. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Christianity. Meanwhile, the tree by the fruit. So Christianity in this country is rotten. Christendom, that's what the Jehovah's Witnesses call them, Christendom. Nope. So if I went into a church, I wouldn't look around and say, I wonder if any of these people are going to hell. I would look around and say, I wonder if any of these people are going to heaven, meaning are they going to survive the judgment? Because I'm guarantee you there's congregation after congregation after congregation. Ain't none of them going to make it. Meanwhile, my grandmother studied the Bible I watched her study the Bible probably 35 straight years, every day. She don't go to church. She has here and there. You think, oh, but that's right. Jesus created a bureaucracy, and my grandma is going to pass away at some point in the next few years, and she's going to go up to the pearly gates, right? Which I'm not even saying I believe in. I'm just saying based on these images in people's minds, and there's going to be a line, and then it's going to be her turn, and they're going to go through the paperwork, say, sorry, ma'am, you failed to check this one box here, so and then the trap door opens, and she's in hell. That's fucking crazy, man. It's nonsense. Jesus did not create a bureaucracy. I'm talking about the Jesus of the Bible did not create a list of things. Never happened. So fuck you and your dogma. Because I got skin in the game. I got skin in the game. And you're not the judge, TBE. And when I face my maker, you're not finna be there. And you ain't going to get to give your opinion. What you think ain't gonna matter. What you think now don't matter. Fuck you. See, he can't stand that. For some reason, that burns him up. He can't stand it. I don't know why, but he can't. Well, that's his problem, if you ask me. Anyway, what's old Yurt up to? Is he still alive? I might have to end this and pop over there. Oh, OTW's live also. I think maybe Yurt wrapped up. Anybody know? Now he's changed his friggin' name, so now it's even harder to find him. Do you want viewers or do you not want viewers, Yurt? Yeah, I guess he's not live anymore. Did he wrap? Oh, yeah, he is. He's got 29 over there. He's doing pretty good. Is it a open panel yet? Oh, this person's literally retarded that I'm hearing their voice. Who is this? Hang on, let me share this screen. I guess some of y'all probably watch multiple shit at one time. How do y'all do that? I'm sure it's some of the same people in both these streams. It's got to be. How could it not be?
Can I interject here, Larry? Can I interject, fellow flirt? Am I talking too much here? But I need to.
Oh, okay, good.
He's in a period there. He stopped you. You don't got to ask like that. If someone stops, you go right ahead. It's fine.
No. I love Larry.
Good to see you, Mason.
Larry knows I do. And I stays on Larry because Larry to be the boss. You hear me? But anyway, so I'm going to try to explain it to him so Larry can kind of understand too.
All right. Shout out to Slash Shot.
One more time for me.
I can't do this. Can't do it. Let's watch a little bit of whatever they said about me last night. How about y'all down for that? And then we can 1.5 exit, so that'll be good. Share screen.
Or whatever you guys really wanted to talk about. It doesn't matter
me,
to
of
me.
course.
Oh man, so what happened today? Let's see.
Benton.
Just from what I saw, our boy Benton started off. Well, it's gone actually. Now that I think about it, Benton was streaming.
It's gone because of Tommy.
He started fairly early, I think, and then he streamed for a long time. And then he had a big crowd, man. He started at it hit the 50s and then it hit the 60s. I saw it hit the 70s. That's a lot of people for Benton's channel. So shout out to Ben. And then later, like other people joined.
He's right. It is a lot, Drew. In fact, we hit 98 on my channel and we hit close to 130 between my broadcast and the restreams.
Z and
now part of that was because Paul wasn't live, and at a certain point, you know, the people who were waiting for Paul to go live just ended up at my broadcast, a lot of them, because just out of nothing else to do, right?
OTW joined. I think they were restreaming it and all. Then Benton said, he said combined there was over 120 people watching.
Oh, thank you, Drew.
Then he ended up taking the stream down. What's up with that, Ben? What's up?
Tommy is what's up with that, sir. You know me. I'm not trying to take these streams down. In fact, that thing had almost 1,000 views before I took it down. So yeah, I wish it'd be my first video over 1K if not for Tommy. Now maybe I'm just not trying to do video editing to actually be able to, you know, edit it and then put it back up. So that's probably not going to happen.
What's up with that, Ben? They did get in kind of have an on mess with the kids and like, you know, playing with them and everything. And I was kind of catching parts of it, and it was like
right on.
It was that OTW dude who I don't know too much about. He was in there talking about basically like, well, if you're a predator on children, as long as you don't do it again, then you're no longer a predator. You can be redeemed or something. I was like, what? What did this dude just say? And so I went in there for a second, and I was trying to get him to kind of clarify it or whatever. And typical, another one of these like Jesus haters. You hear all the same things come out of their mouth and everything.
Well, and real quick, OTW tried to tell the story of when Jesus, you know, when the Pharisees tried to catch Jesus with the, you know, the woman at the well or whatever, who had apparently committed adultery, and Jesus outsmarted them, and he shamed them into leaving, and then in the story, Jesus was looking down, drawing in the dirt. So, you know, while the people are saying that he's got to make sure she gets stoned to death, and then he just says some words and shames them, and they leave. So then he looks up and says, you know, basically, where are your accusers, woman? Meaning like, well, now that they're gone. See, he beat him on a technicality more or less in the biblical story, but OTW tried to he mistold the biblical story. But of course, I just let him tell it wrong, you know, because I know I'll do my broadcast, I'll solo and I'll correct the record when it comes to that. But yeah, I'm not down with that stuff, man. And you know, I feel like I dealt with the predator stuff earlier, so I don't want to get too much into it right now.
I'm not one of these like, you know, apologists for the church and everything. I wouldn't consider myself like a theologist or anything. I've just had my own experience that I can only prove to me. I could never prove how this has changed my life to someone else or anything. So I would have liked to seen someone like
well, no offense, Drew, but if you believe the book says more or less you have to testify. So that's just so you know, that is in the book. Now I don't believe that because it's written in the book I have to follow it, and I would never foist that upon Drew because I can't foist dogma on people because it was foisted upon me. But that is in the book, sir. You are supposed to testify.
our boy Pancake Luigi, if he would have went in there and talked to some of these people. And it got to the point where
Oh, and by the way, I believe is that Paleo Edge is Pancake Luigi, I believe, and he was called upon to testify, and he started telling his biography. It's like, no, that's not what testimony is. Testimony is your, experiences, basically being reborn in the spirit, more or less.
they were all bashing Christianity, and it was
if one
Lou
believes
Bass
that.
ended up being the voice of reason was Lou Bass, and I was like, man,
Now
bro,
testify. Good to see you, John Wayne.
I don't know, man. That link should be in the pin, man. If anyone wanted to get up in here.
Exactly, Tommy.
So Jack Talcott was just going outside. He was shut down.
Tommy
So,
understands.
Man, now's the time to jump in. All the panel junkies can come up in. I don't think anyone. I think Ball's done. I think everyone's done for the day. I'm not sure. What's up, TB? You want to jump in here for a second? You don't have to if you're busy or whatever. He says he's going to hop in.
Thanks,
yeah, it was
Gary.
a wild day out here, man. Then Razvan, I think I saw him in the chat here a second ago. Razvan made a video of me calling out that dude on the Predator stuff. I didn't watch that yet. Maybe I should pull that up because Benton took his whole stream down.
Well, Crypto Alchemist, Burn Eye, I want to point out that I was formerly a computer nerd, and my hobby for many years was building computers. I've built literally over 1,000 PCs because I used to work in that field. I used to be all into this stuff, so I was a computer expert right around the turn of the century, the year 2000. And I'm here to tell you, over time, I'm less and less interested in fucking with this stuff. I'm pretty much not going to be editing videos at all. It's just not a thing that's going to happen. But I have in the past. I was literally making websites like in the mid 1990s. Like I've edited videos. Like I've done a lot of. It's just not a thing I'm interested in anymore. So that's one of the reasons why I'm drawn to the live streams.
See if I can pull that up real quick.
But thank you.
And then they ended up taking it over to Paul's. RAZVA. Is it NN or just one N? Hold on, let me see if I can. I think it's just one N. Yeah, Razvan, how do you play your?
Yep, there you go, Ginger Rich.
Rich said, "Is Davy Crocco still alive?" I haven't heard from him. Usually I hear from him once in a while, but then he does this too. He will like just bug out of the internet for a while, which is good, man. I think people get stuck on the internet too much to become terminally on.
Oh, you're good, Tommy. I'm not. I don't hold a grudge, Tommy. Talking about the bang, that's just part of the package with you. So, like I've talked about, we can try to police Tommy's behavior, and he'll just probably never be here or rarely be here, or we can have Tommy in a full effect, but that's just sometimes you got to private a stream. That's just how it is. So I understand. I've understood that from pretty early on, but I'm not trying to encourage your bad behavior, but I'm saying that we will tolerate, a certain amount. You are one of the star players here, Tommy, so we will tolerate some amount of foolishness that we would never tolerate from other people. It is a bit of a double standard that way.
Online, they become the crazy people. It's good to get out of these. I feel like I've been on it a lot. I need to check out for a little bit. Get out of here. Oh, Bernie said Illuminati Tommy did a dumb man. What a dumb fuck. He's so dumb, bro. He's always doing fucking chaotic shit like that.
Yep.
Man, and they had it was a very long stream. And his most watched stream would have been good to be able to review it here today. Yeah, Razvan, let me go through this.
Well, I probably don't, Tommy. I'm kind of an idiot, Tommy, just so you know. I'm kind of a dummy. So surely you know that by now. Oh man. All right, we'll see you later, Tommy. Hopefully Tommy will swing back through later.
Razvan 220. Okay. Let's see if I can share the screen with you guys. Shout out to the chat, man.
See, Drew, the numbers are dropping. What are you doing, sir? See, I guess it's just I'm going to have to talk. We're almost 2 hours in, so thanks to everybody for being here. We'll watch as much of this as I find interesting, and I'm not even going to worry about the numbers because honestly, I just don't have the energy. I'm a little fatigued.
And 220.
I don't think I got another
just jumped outside and called him up real quick. Called the dude out real quick.
I don't think I have another strong solo hour in me right now.
Oh, did you take it down? Oh no, here it is.
It's like it's the same thing, it's just like it's like conversational quicksand with these people. It just doesn't ever go. It's like we're saying before, it doesn't ever go anywhere. It's like
They
just,
just
such
repeat-
resistance, you know?
They just repeat and loop what they hear the preacher say on stage, and they don't even fucking look up the Bible and read the phrases and try to fucking decipher it for themselves. They don't do any theology or nothing. They don't go research the words. They don't do any etymology or any fucking kind of research at all. And then they come up on panel and they try to act.
I will say, yeah, just because my kids, I don't have the time to get into like the theology. I'd really like to. And one of these days, I'd really like to bring Toilet Bowl Earth on and EBT at the same time, because one's Catholic, another one's Orthodox, and I think it'd be great to kind of pick their brains collectively on a lot of this stuff, these questions that I have and stuff. But this guy's acting like there's not like 2,000 years of people dissecting all this stuff.
All high and mighty and say, this and that, and identify themselves as sinners when obviously you don't know what a sinner is.
Yeah, that's right. This is what triggered this dude. Is that he was saying, I think possibly Razvan or somebody said we're all sinners, and that's what triggered him. He said, I'm not a sinner. I don't identify as that. And I'm pretty sure that's what I said. When I don't know how much Razvan has here because I was on. This is only a 2-minute clip. I feel like I was on longer than that. But that, to me, that shows me that this guy, he is definitely a sinner.
Because you identified to some kind of paradigm that was indoctrinated in your youth, and or in any sort of research that you've done.
And again, if he's talking about me here, which I'm not sure he is, he's just saying words. He has no idea what he's talking about. I wasn't raised in the church or anything like that, so his words are completely meaningless and bullshit. If that is who he's talking about me at this point, we're kind of jumping in the middle. I'm not sure if I had already called in or not at this point.
And obviously, you fucking diluted everything into some kind of fucking insane imaginary world there, and you don't see things for what they really are, man.
Yeah, it's laughable.
Yeah, it's just like, where do you go with that conversation? There's nowhere to go with
that's
it.
insane, man. That's crazy.
It's
I've been researching this for 5 years very intensely, man. Ask me what, man.
5 years, wow.
Reading books, you know that. You should know that. Fuck, you're a doctor.
He's been watching a lot of YouTube. A lot.
What the fuck are you talking about? You don't feel bad, then it's okay to say that the fuck you just said. I'm pretty sure that's the fuck you said.
That's not what I'm saying.
There we go. That's me jumping in. So he wasn't talking about me before, to clarify that, but that's what he was saying earlier. He said if you don't feel bad about it or something, then that means you're not a sinner.
I'm saying exactly what the word sin means,
Yeah, he said if you don't, as long as you don't feel guilty about it, it's literally the words that fucking came out of your mouth.
right? So if you don't, I'm not saying if you go kill somebody and you don't feel guilty about it that you're not a sinner.
Well, where do you draw the line?
When you repent.
What if you're a
You
child
can be a
molester?
murderer, you can repent from that.
You can repent from being a child molester.
Well, if you can repent from being a murderer, why not repent from being anything else that you've done in your life?
What kind of books are you reading, man?
Yeah, not down with it, man. You can't repent from that. You can't get back. And I'm not sure. I kind of stopped listening after I called in, so I'm not sure if they continued on this. But then later, when they did switch over to Paul Deprave's stream, they were still, or at least Razvan was in there, still talking about that same subject.
Well, and what I say about when they try to say every man's a sinner or we're all sinners, I say, well, have you cleaned a toilet? Did you become a janitor? See, committing something we can refer to as a sin does not make my identity become that of a sinner. Just like if I go in the bathroom and clean that toilet, I don't then become identified as a janitor. It's just not how it works. And what people like Catholics like EBT and then people like Toilet Bowl Earth can't stand is that the fact is, whatever things I did in the past that I confessed, repented, meaning that I've turned away from those actions and I have a spirit of repentance, right? And then all I have to do is ask to be forgiven, and I am forgiven like it never happened. So no, I'm not in a state of sin, so-called. No, I'm not a sinner, so-called. Why? Because I'm not doing any of that stuff. And the stuff I did in the past, I've confessed, repented, asked forgiveness, was forgiven like it never happened. So no, even by y'all's rules, I'm not a sinner. And I never identified as one in the first place. Doesn't mean I'm perfect. Doesn't mean I never make a mistake. It means that I'm always on the lookout when I do commit error, or like OTW is trying to say, to miss the mark. I'm aiming at the example of Christ. So when I fall short of that, I'm not hitting what I'm aiming at. So then I correct myself, right? This is pretty fucking basic and obvious. But the Catholic Church wants you to think that you got to go to a priest, and the priest decides if you're forgiven or not. And I don't know what Toilet Bowl Earth's got going on in that. See, but this is how it works based on the rules of the book. And I'm not even saying you have to follow the rules of the book. I certainly don't feel like I have to. Why? Because I got skin in the game. Because I feel like I can explain myself. If I have to stand before my maker, I feel like I can justify and explain. And I'll either be right or I'll be wrong. We'll find out then. Part of the fun is we don't know. But again, if people don't believe in these concepts, that's fine. It's not my problem. Not my problem.
Here's another video here, and he says Benton is the only one that took a line in the sand when it came down to these types of people. Which I agree, man. I agree. The most compassionate thing you can do to these people is to put them down. Like you would put a dog down, a rabid dog. You would show a rabid dog
my boy, my nuggle. I knew Drew agreed.
more respect than these people that are out here harming children.
How am I supposed
I don't
to
know what you
empathize
mean,
with
Drew.
dude?
Get up here, tribe. You too, Razvan, you morons. Are you
Being
angry at child?
Ben
Being angry.
kicked Razvan out twice.
Being angry at child.
Well, Drew, if I said anything that indicated that I thought you needed to do something, that was not my intention, because I'm being very careful not to ascribe certain behaviors to certain people. But we can see Toilet Bowl is just cannot accept the idea that my salvation has zero to do with him. He's not involved in it. It's really none of his business. His opinion of my behaviors and actions in the realm before I go to the judgment means nothing. Now, if he could put on his big boy pants and grow up a little bit and say, yeah, you're right, Benton, that's exactly how it works. But for some reason, he doesn't like that. He's not identified with that, which I find strange, because that's literally how it works here.
Child molesters is it's like the lowest tier of virtue signaling.
Wow. See, I missed this part.
Oh.
Being angry at
That's wrong, Drew. I need to confess, repent, ask forgiveness, and I am forgiven. By the way, I've done that process many times. And if I fall into a state of sin, I will repeat that process. And when I pray, and I have prayed many times, I pray for a spirit of repentance. I do. For me. Yeah. So I don't need to do anything according to what y'all think, because I have skin in the game, meaning I'm voting with my thoughts and actions. And if there's a judgment, like the Bible says there is, it's not going to have nothing to do with y'all. And that's perfect logic that none of you can refute. Now, you can have opinions about those things. You can have feelings about those things, but it doesn't fucking matter. And the fact is, according to the book, right? According to the book, those things I did in the past that I confessed, repented, asked forgiveness, was forgiven, it's like I never did them, sir. That's, by the way, that's called being born again. How about you? That's how it works. And I understand you don't understand it because you haven't studied it, which is fine. Maybe one day you will study it for yourself and you'll learn that I'm way more on the money about this stuff than bozos like TBE or EBT are.
child molesters is the lowest
And
tier
EBT
of
is a
virtue signaling,
bozo at the level of his Catholicism.
Wow.
He's a bozo.
This dude is a fucking predator apologist. Holy fucking shit. That's a fucking wild thing to say.
There's Yurt's link, by the way.
Like, we all get it. There's gonna be
It's
people.
not about virtue signaling.
Who's saying that?
Like,
Hold on, let me rewind
to
that.
death and not be here to be concerned.
It's like the lowest tier of virtue.
Okay, so it's not that OTW dude. I don't know which dude it is, that avatar on the bottom right. I don't know who is it saying some shit like that. I thought it was OTW.
I think it's
Just wanna
Flow
make sure I'm
State
getting the
right before I
record straight.
kicked him out.
Virtue signaling.
Right.
Like, we all get it. There's gonna be
No, it's
people.
not about virtue signaling. They should be put to death and not be here to be concerned. They shouldn't be our concern because they should not be living.
100%. See, that's why Razvan titled this video, Benton is the only one here that took a line in this. There has to be a line in the sand in society somewhere. And if it's not the
Yeah, EBT's a
Like
bozo at the
forcible-
level of his Catholicism.
Trying to, like,
Because he
watch my
doesn't
words,
believe
just
in all that. He thinks I have
skip
to
it
go
out,
to
you
a
know.
church
like the
to get forgiveness.
sexual assault of a woman.
I can't be
That's the word I
forgiven
want.
unless it's through the church.
If you're not willing to take that stand, of
I don't
forcible sexual assault of a woman,
recognize the
put
authority
them
of the
down.
Catholic Church.
because I can understand where some people could make that argument that people are caught up and hemmed up in like an accusation or something. I can kind of see that. But if your line in the sand is not kids, then you have no line in the sand at all. Yeah, there has to be something in society where people know that when they cross that line, like that's it, it's a wrap. There's no second chances or anything like that.
It's not straw man.
Are you, I mean,
It's not a straw man. It's literally how it works.
Death
So my
penalty.
issue with that,
No, you don't need to have an issue with it.
I can never straw man the reality that my salvation is mine alone, that if there's a judgment, it's me and my maker. Your opinion doesn't matter. I can't straw man that. I have skin in the game. Therefore, what you think means nothing. There's no room for a straw man, sir. That's literally what the thing is. That's literally what's happening here. Indeed, in the context of the spiritual war. And the one thing spiritually that pretty much all so-called truthers seem to agree on is that this place is a spiritual war between the forces of good and the forces of evil. So that's literally how it works, EBT. Whatever you think about that doesn't mean anything, because I got skin in the game. And none of you have ever argued against these points because you can't. You can't, because it's perfect, unassailable logic that you can never attack, but you can lie and say, oh, it's a straw man. No, it's not. It's perfectly correct, fully formed logic that you can't attack unless you lie about it and call it a straw man, which is weak ass, pussy ass punk shit. Or you could be a real motherfucker and say, wow, Benton's right. And in fact, the Catholic Church is a bunch of nonsense. And I, EBT, believe in fucking nonsense. You could do that, but for some reason you won't. Probably because you're motherfucking brainwashed. Probably. Fuck the Catholic Church. It's garbage. We know that tree by its fruit. And you can talk about, oh, well, you got to have fellowship all you want. No. It says good fellowship. And you can't show me that any of these churches represent good fellowship. So as far as I'm concerned, I can't be there. How about you? Again, call it a straw man because you can't refute it.
Well, do you
Can't
deserve the
refute
death
it.
penalty?
Right.
If you have an issue with
Yeah,
that,
if you have an issue with that means you either are one or you definitely are an apologist for one.
I agree. And I covered that earlier in the broadcast, Drew, that a lot of these people, some of these people are fucking SOs. Now, I don't know who is, but statistically, some of them are. It just has to be.
That's what that guy already said. But then the apologist will become a sympathizer.
you think that our
Or kick him off.
don't want to hear it. That could be put to death. Period in the story.
Bam.
Flow State got the act.
Well, they're talking about me, Angela. They're talking about me. And I did 2 hours before we transitioned into this. So, I'll give what I have to give to the audience. But, two solid hours of high energy soloing, without long pauses, tight and concise and hard hitting. I think that's good enough. But if I have more to give, you're certainly entitled, or you're certainly welcome to it, I should say.
Benton with a guillotine on Flow State. Much love, Flow State. Much love.
Okay, that was that Flow State guy.
Yeah,
Whoever that is.
kicked him
I've seen that name
Kicked
a
him
few
out.
times. So I remember that dude's a fucking parade apologist.
Flow State. He's another. I guess
Of
he's
course I
another
do,
apologist.
ABT.
Not here for that.
Of course I do.
Right, because here's the
Sorry.
thing: the rules and laws of.
Of course
man
I
have to
understand
be-
a straw man.
Look, who's forgiven?
Now,
on
the
this
fact that you're psychologically incapable of accepting the validity of my argument, that's why you're talking about straw mans. Because my argument is anything but a straw man, sir. So fuck you, by the way.
death, it's not for us to
And
decide.
fuck the Pope and fuck all those priests. Fuck all the Catholic priests. Every single one of them. In fact, if we just got rid of every single person that's any sort of official, if they just disappeared overnight, anybody that has any sort of position in the Catholic Church, this would be a slightly less hellish realm. That would the realm would become slightly less hellish if just everybody that is administrating the Catholic Church just disappeared overnight. This realm would it wouldn't improve, but it would be less bad than it is today. And I don't think that's debatable because we know the tree by the fruit, and
That's like
that
I'm
fruit
saying.
is rotten, sir, and it has been for a long
Each individual man or woman,
time.
their salvation is theirs alone. That's between them and the Creator.
You do need a team, though, right? Some people would argue you don't need a team, and that's what.
Well, and
That's
Gary
what we were arguing about
Baxter,
earlier today about the church and
interestingly,
everything
the word judge has multiple meanings. It means to pass sentence on, and it also means to form an opinion on. And I would say that literally all of us form opinions on things all day, every day, pretty much every day of our life. It's one of the things we do more frequently. Like it's one of our most frequent things we do with our minds is we form opinions on things. So, but then, don't be judgmental. You can't judge. Well, no, you could say that I can't condemn or pass sentence on. I'll accept that, but you can't tell me not to form opinions. That's ridiculous. It's fucking nonsense.
like that. I would say you are facing up against let's use Benton's terms here, a nightmare dystopia beast system. It's a non-physical.
And no offense, Stephen David, but if it is debatable, you're not going to be the one that's going to be you're not going to be the one tasked with going into the debate. No offense, sir, but we really don't have the time or attention span to wait around while you attempt to gather your thoughts. So no offense, but it's certainly not debatable by you. That's for sure.
System. It's a spiritual war. So you can't just be up here in the physical and think that you're Rambo and you can do this all yourself without any help along the way to help defeat the system or even make it through this.
Not here to defeat the system. By the way, I already made it through. So already, if this system could destroy me, it already would have. So I've already transcended the limitations I was born into. I've already beaten the game. I've already accomplished whatever it is that my energy came here to accomplish. This is the bonus round. And I'm not dependent on any of you for anything at the level of my salvation. And that's just how this is. This is a wholly, WHOLLY, individual experience spiritually. It's just what it is.
This system. I would say everyone needs accountability partner and everything like that, right? Like eventually, maybe not for your entire life and stuff like that, but certain points and stuff, people that can actually help you out and lift you up. Okay, so in the back here, who do I see? I see Jeremy.
Well, no, every man hath not the same office, Drew. And so, yeah, for most people, that what you just said is the case. That doesn't mean it's the case for all of us.
Looks like he's naked. You're not coming up. Don't waste your time. Looks like he has no clothes on. Indomitable, you're not coming up, dude. You're too much of an agent of chaos. Don't waste your time back there, dude.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, bro?
How are you doing, man?
Damn, you on Epstein Island or what, bro?
This is a church in Macedonia, man. Orthodox church.
That's tight.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Well, we don't need a church. It's ours alone. It's our job to do it all alone.
Yeah, that's the argument apparently.
No, nobody said that. If you guys want to go have a church, have at it. I'm not in any way dependent on that. I'm not in any way obligated to join you because I have skin in the game. Now, if I get to the judgment and he's like, "Hey, man, you remember all those churches, and you decided that you didn't want to have nothing to do with them," well, now you don't get to make it past the judgment. Well, obviously, I'm voting with my actions. Therefore, you guys can have all the opinions you want. It means nothing.
Wait, before we get into this, can I shield for 1 second here?
You said you want to shield?
Yeah, I want to shield for 1 second. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but I do have the link on the bottom. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, get Chuck up. I need just $5 before tomorrow. Someone can donate, or collectively if we can raise.
Well, I would have been, Angela, in the past, because I am a morning drinker, and in fact, the main reason I drank starting early in the morning when I was a drinker is so that I could sober up enough to be able to get some sleep at night. Because as you know, if you just pass out drunk, you don't typically get restful sleep. So yeah, but yeah, enjoy. Although that is poison, you know.
It's $5. I'll take that down.
I've drank a lot of that poison.
$5. I never ask for money ever. If you guys watch the stream, I'm $5 short for tomorrow. Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh no, that's fine.
What do you think about the people like Benton that say, "Oh, we don't need a church. It's my salvation alone and only alone"?
Well, I mean,
no, it doesn't matter that I'm the one saying it. And I didn't say you didn't need a church necessarily. And Drew taking his kids to church. If I had kids, I probably would be taking them to church. Now the fact is, if there was a church, it would probably be one I started, and I would be the one giving the sermons, Drew. Right? And in fact, it's debatable. You know, but yeah, as far as do I really believe that I'm going to get to the judgment and it's going to be like, well, you didn't go to the building with the people, so you can't make it to the next stage. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I guess that's fine for him, but I mean, you have to understand where did you hear the good news from? And I asked him this in the chat. I asked him, where did you hear the good news of Christ from exactly? And how did you hear it now in your life, in your generation? Where did you hear that from? And, you know, he didn't really answer me.
No, I experienced it directly at a level of perception. I had a direct intuitive perception of Christ directly. So I'll answer your question. I got it from the being itself. If there's a discrete being called Jesus Christ, and we believe that thing still exists, and that it can contact you, and you can potentially contact it, it directly contacted me at the level of intuitive perception. So I skipped your church, Toilet Bowler, or no, I did. No. Jesus decided to contact me directly at the level of intuitive perception outside of your church and outside of EBT's church. So that's where it came from. It came from the source, sir. And the fact is, my direct experience is something I might refer to as a Christ consciousness that I view as Jesus Christ, right? I experienced that directly, which guess what? Is evidence, but it's only evidence to me. I can't package it and give it to another person. But I'm convinced, sir, I had a direct experience. Now, this human being can say, well, he was clearly hallucinating, or well, clearly, you know, he was mistaken. Yeah, that's your opinion. I know what I know, sir. So fuck you.
Several bunch of questions as to how that came to be. I mean, who canonized the Bible for you to ascertain that you don't?
Nobody needs to canonize the Bible for me, sir. I don't need anybody to do anything with respect to the scriptures that have been translated into the English language that are available to me now. I'm not dependent on anybody for that. And in fact, I've met people who've devoted their lives to living according to the Old Testament, and they have spent their time learning to translate the scriptures for themselves. Okay. Now, some of us got it like that, where we get to experience whatever that is directly, right? And some of us, meaning me, again, every man hath not the same office there, TBE. So I was born to preach, right? And the fact is, when I'm able to get over myself enough to be emptied of my own spirit, then now I'm an empty vessel. And sometimes here come the Holy Spirit, and I'm lit up with it, and I feel it. And all my reward centers start firing. So you'll forgive me, Toilet Bowl Earth, for not being moved or swayed by your dead scripture, by the way, because written scripture is dead. It's a dead thing. It's dead. So you'll forgive me for not being swayed by the canonical books of the Bible that were given to us by certain authorities. Not interested. Not interested, because I know and understand and apprehend what I need to know and understand, and apprehend, praise Almighty God, in the mighty name of Christ Jesus. I guess whatever that is that we might refer to as the Most High, I guess he, and I don't even like saying he, because I don't even think that applies to whatever that being is. But so whatever that being is saw fit to bypass for Benton
Benton gets to bypass all that. So when you see Paul Enslaved does this thing, this cult member thing, and everybody has to get a name and a number and a title. Well, Benton, who was never going to be able to call himself a cult member, I attempted to conform. I picked the number and a vocation, Benton 303 Exorcist, but I'm not going to be able to do the cult member. Well, as soon as I popped on, Paul said, well, of course, this doesn't apply to you, Mr. Benton, because you don't act like these people. So I don't know. Maybe the Most High said the same thing. Maybe the Most High said, well, okay, Toilet Bowl Earth and EBT and all these people, they're going to have to come up through these secular organizations LARPing as spiritual. Meanwhile, all religion is man-made, all of it. Whatever organizations gave us this Bible he's talking about, man-made. That's all from man. That ain't from God. I don't accept that's from God. Now, is it possible that the scriptures themselves were inspired? Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah. But not this English version of the King James Bible wasn't divinely inspired. That's obvious. Now, I have this thing called discernment. Guess what? Meanwhile, every man hath not the same office, sir. So I don't know. Why do I get to bypass all this? I guess I got a different function than you, sir. Meanwhile, like Yurt said, I don't see this guy out here proselytizing, but that's probably not his function. It's probably not his office. Maybe one day he's going to get his wife pregnant and they're going to have somebody. They're going to raise up a kid that's going to serve a higher purpose. Maybe Drew's going to do that. See, maybe that was my parents' job, was to give birth to Benton. And now Benton's going to serve God directly. Maybe I'm doing the Most High's business directly and I have no need of what you're talking about. Therefore, I bypass it. Therefore, that shit don't apply to me. Partner.
Don't need a man's authority.
And that ain't your business. That's God's business.
What exactly happens at Pentecost? God uses men.
Dogma.
It's just a bad argument.
Dogma.
It's just a flimsy.
I don't need an argument. I'm living it. I am the living argument, sir. I don't need to convince you because you're going to face the judgment by yourself. And I don't really give a flying fuck if you make it or not. Now, I would hope that you would make it, but it's really not my problem if you don't make it, because I wasn't sent here to do that. I was sent here to serve the Most High's business, as I've done, as I will continue to do. First and foremost, I was sent here to evolve the spiritual energy. Done that. Hopefully, I've evolved enough where my spirit won't have to come back here after this, to this level of hell, right? I must be getting punished for something to be born into this hell, to be in here in this time and place. Yeah. So whatever he's saying don't apply to me.
My Jesus, my personal Jesus. This is who Jesus is to me. I don't care what y'all have to say. It's all about me.
No, I experienced that. Whatever that thing is, it came to me, sir. It saw fit to contact me directly. So I don't know what to tell you, buddy, because you're talking a bunch of nonsense. You're talking out the side of your neck.
It's pretty much rampant in the Protestant world, and this is a polemic.
I'm not in the Protestant world.
Atheists have, or people of other faiths have, about Christianity. So look at you guys didn't agree on anything. You have this person, that person. Benton sort of embodies that spirit of, I don't need you to tell me what the scriptures say. I can do that. I can ascertain the wisdom of.
No, this is a fundamental misunderstanding. It's not that I don't need you to tell me. It's that if I'm dumb enough to listen to you, I'm not going to be able to achieve my goals. And I will not be able to be used as a vessel of the Most High. I won't be able to do the Most High's business if I listen to you. So it's not even that I don't need you. It's that if I'm dumb enough to play into your bullshit, that I'm actually going to be that's going to prevent me from accomplishing my mission here, or at least parts of my mission here. See the flaws in this thinking? See the flaws? But, let's all get on Team Orthodox and come in for the big win. Or, let's all get on team. Do you really think the Most High is saying, well, okay, it's just one faction? It's okay. We got these masses of people claiming to be Christians and claiming to worship, but we're going to pick out this one faction. And God's only going to use people out of that faction. And what if God is using somebody and then that person turns away from that exact dogma? Is God like, I was going to use Benton for this mission, but look at him. He's fallen away from that specific 100% correct dogma. He's now went from 100% in compliance with the dogma. Now he's only 95% compliant. Guess I can't use him. This is nonsense. And really, it's fucking evil. And instead of leading people to what he might refer to as the good news, he's leading people away from it. It's what he's doing. He's actually, what he's going to do is actually going to turn people off in the long run. That's what he's going to do.
Some of the scriptures on my own, and it's just ludicrous.
Yeah,
there's
to
no humility in
you,
that. There's no respect for.
To you, it's ludicrous. Do you think the Most High gives a flying fuck? If the Most High is truly using me for the Most High's business, do you think the Most, and I can't speak for God, I'm trying to avoid getting in the mind of the Most High, but I'm saying, does it make sense to you that being would concern itself with your stupid, the opinion in your stupid human psychology with respect to how I'm living? Get over yourself. This is fucking
for
nuts.
Your Christian heritage or history or people that came before you. There's no humility in that.
I don't have a Christian heritage. I don't have, the people that came before me mean nothing with respect to me serving the Most High right here, right now. What they did or didn't do in the past, there is no progression. See, he's trying to steer us into a church. He's trying to get us into a realm where, well, the church was founded back when Jesus was here, and they've maintained a line of succession going all the way back to Jesus. I don't operate based on those terms, sir.
Just arrogance and pride that says, I don't need y'all. Like, I can read a book. Like, things Ben can do. Hashtag.
No, I need y'all to get on the right side of these things, and then maybe we could work together. What I can't allow, I can't serve my purpose and also follow what y'all are putting forward, sir, because it's going to keep me separated from what I need to be tapped into. Why can't you see this?
Ben can interpret scripture. It's just. It's really just no real respect. It's really.
I don't need to interpret scripture, sir. I've experienced these things directly, and I continue to. There's no need to interpret the scripture. Meanwhile, somehow I can just go ahead and preach these sermons when I need to. Surprise! It's amazing how they did shove the Bible down my throat to the extent where when I do need to access it in the context of a sermon, I'm somehow able to. Isn't that amazing?
What it boils down to, isn't it? Yes, no, it's obvious. I mean, we're talking about Ben. Between me and we know Ben. Some of the people in the audience don't really know him, but obviously.
Yeah, we've known Ben for.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, see, you can't say fellowship. It's good fellowship. The fact is, church is more often bad fellowship than good fellowship. So we got to be specific when we talk about fellowship. I'm pretty sure the scripture says good fellowship, because there is a such thing as bad fellowship, lest we forget.
For years, man, we spent a lot of time with us in the Discord. Real quick, let me shout out to Jeremy.
Yeah, I will say this: if you're going to a church somewhere and your church is stagnated and your church is fallen into error and the fruit is rotten, you could probably bring old Benton in to set the place on fire. You could probably just say, "Okay, Benton, we're going to need you to take to the pulpit today and just go ahead and get moved by the Holy Spirit, and maybe we'll be fortunate enough, and the Most High will speak through you." Yeah, I could probably help you that way. But if you think I'm going to be benefited or helped along my mission and my path by sitting in the pews like all the rest of you, you're out of your fucking minds. And if that's arrogant or hubristic or narcissistic, I don't give a fuck. I got it like that. Don't like it? Too bad. Not my problem, partner.
5, I appreciate that. I still need 5 on PayPal, Cash App, man. I feel so dumb kind of begging like that, but $5 short for tomorrow. The YouTube money doesn't hit for a while.
Did you gonna say what's up? All right.
What do you say about this guy here, Jeremy? He was sitting backstage naked.
Okay, so
skin in the game, sir. Skin in the game. What will happen, sir, based on the Christian religion or the book, is I will die. This physical body will die. And my spirit will face its maker in judgment. So that answers your question, sir. It's called skin in the game and voting with my feet. So clearly, someone who talks to you in this way is ready to answer for whatever he done.
This comment here.
It's so weird. People always treat this like a dialectic. Why can it not be both? Why can't when Ben was saying I don't need no intercessor? Of course not. You're to pray. You're to pray to God directly yourself, but you also assemble and you pray with your brothers and sisters. It's a
No, I don't. I never do that, and I'm never going to. No, I sure don't. You might do that. I don't do that because I don't have no way of knowing where y'all are at. No way. I don't want nothing to do with y'all on them levels. That's between me and the Most High. Y'all ain't. No, sir.
Community thing. I mean, do you not read the scriptures about the sense of community and love for your
Yeah,
brother?
I never agreed to live based on the letter of that book, sir. And in fact, I was born into circumstances that more or less guaranteed that I'm not capable of it. It's called being raised in a mind control cult, Christian cult. He can say till he's blue in the face they're not Christian. Well, Wikipedia says they are. According to the actual letter of the law, they are. Right now, we can debate whether. By the way, if they're not Christian, none of you are, as far as I'm concerned. There's zero Christian religions then. How about that? Meanwhile, I never joined that one. But it's interesting how I had specific experiences in my upbringing that guarantee that I can't join up with y'all.
Just seems like he sort
Shocking.
of isolates himself and says, that's you're telling me what to do. Don't tell me to assemble. Don't tell me.
I don't need to do nothing.
Right.
Partner. Okay.
Yeah,
Someone,
No, I never agreed to follow the King James version of the Bible written in English. I never agreed to follow that. I've never bought into that, and I never will.
someone sent $10, so I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know if they want
And
to-
since I've got skin in the game, if I get up to the big man, which again, I don't even believe in it being a man or a woman. I don't think it's got a human gender. But if I get there before the Most High and he's like, well, you know what? The book said this and you didn't do that. So I guess you're not going to make the cut. Then I'm fine with that. How about that? Voting with my feet. And y'all you can never get past the fact that I have skin in the game. There's nothing you can do about that.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, I'm not a theologian. I'm not here to, but I know like the raw basics, and they've got the basics wrong, like terribly wrong. And it's just wild that people are just so proud of just having that little they have and then championing it as if they just like sort of know it above others. It's just wild to me. It's wild. I'm still learning. I'm still growing as a Christian. It's, more reading and more, talking.
He's the dude with no pants, so I'm going to be quick.
Exactly, Gary.
What's up, Jeremy?
Much. I'm wearing underwear. I'm sorry, it's just really hot out. Anyway.
Yeah, I've just never really seen you. I was just kind of being.
Well, and I'm always going to bring it back to Dick Gregory, who says, how come I can see a woman walk down the street and I know she's a prostitute by the way she walks, but I don't know you're a Christian unless you tell me.
I've seen this guy on Grace Thorpe's lives before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Grace Thorpe, after tonight.
Yeah, she got body bags.
Let's refocus. No, I want to talk about.
What's that?
Anyway, so let's talk about. Okay, so this guy thinks that you have to trust other people in order to get to know.
Well, you'd certainly know enough. You know me well enough by now to know EBT that I don't allow smart people to play dumb. So I'm not going to be able to address that one, sir. So you're on your own.
Christ, you have to get to know Christ through other people.
Did I say that? Did I say
Yes,
that?
you did. Yes,
Again,
you said it's a matter of respect. It's a matter of respect.
Again,
You have to
did I
respect
say
other
that?
men
Did I
to
say those
know
words?
Christ. Exactly what you said,
Did I
dude.
say that again?
You defended the fact that people can have a personal relationship with Christ, that we have to depend on other men to tell us how to love
I
Christ.
never said that.
I think that's what you said.
No, I didn't. Try again.
So yeah, again, for whatever reason, Christ and the Most High decided to bypass in my life, although that's not even really accurate because remember, I was subjected to a formalized process of mind control and had religious dogma forced upon me. In fact, I doubt any of you has attended church services in their lifetime more than I have, and I never went past the age of 17. I went 4 motherfucking times a week minimum with what they call assemblies also. Then we also went and knocked on doors most Saturdays. So you're really looking at 5 days a week. Okay. It was damn near 7 days a week for about 15 straight years. Okay. But meanwhile, as an adult, I bypass all of that. And that's none of your business. That's called God's business, sir. And it's none of yours. And you know why? One of the reasons why I'm such an effective preacher in this realm, because the words come out of my mouth. What happens after that ain't none of my business. I don't concern myself. Well, what's it going to look like to serve God? What's it going to look like to preach? I don't even think about it. And that's why these people can't practice the religion, because what they do is they imagine what it's going to look like to serve God. They imagine what it's going to feel like. They imagine how people are going to react to them. And then they do an imitation of that. And that can't never be service to God. So let's talk about the yin and the yang. So what Benton does is he bypasses all of that in his own spirit, and he goes into the yin form, and he just doesn't ever do them things. And he just lives his life. And then every once in a while, it's time to preach a sermon. And he gets filled up with the Holy Spirit, and the sermon comes out of his mouth, which is called God's business, and it ain't none of mine. And that's why the way I live with respect to all of these matters ain't none of yours, because it's God's business, and it's none of yours.
That was your argument for being a part of religion. So I'm
Is Dick. I like Dick.
Yo. Yeah, that's a smart way to say it. I like
So
it.
Toilet Bowl
I'm gonna clip that out now, and I'm gonna tie that into a
Yeah, the YouTube short.
Yeah, can we focus on
No,
what
I
you're
never
talking about?
joined it, sir. I never joined the Jehovah's Witnesses, meaning I wasn't baptized, meaning I was never officially under their rules or whatever. Although I was made to follow them, obviously, as a youth. Now the Amish have Rumspringa, in which they force the kids to go off and be with the English, so-called, and then because they want the child to then choose to join the church, meaning now they've consented to be subject to the rules of the church. See, but they don't ostracize them like the Jehovah's Witnesses do. They don't shun them. If the person decides that they in fact don't want to join the church, well, they can still be in Amish society, believe it or not. Their family doesn't turn their back on them. Jehovah's Witnesses, they do.
2
Love
minutes
yourself
ago.
in my content. What's
You
that now?
starting on a
Toilet
faulty
Bowl
premise, partner. No, you got a faulty premise, partner.
No. Let's take this back a little
No,
bit.
it's manifested truth, Drew. This is truth manifesting. That's what that is, which is truth is manifest. Written scripture is dead. The written Bible is a dead thing. Truth is living and manifest, sir.
A little bit. Toilet Bowl Earth, what
That's
were you just
how it
arguing
works
5
here.
minutes ago?
Yeah,
Made
what
a
did you
whole-
hear? What did you hear?
What I heard was
If you don't like it, not my problem.
that you believe that people need to be part of a religion in order to get to know Christ on a personal level.
No, that's not
What
what
do you
you
look? Okay, so then what did you say? Clarify.
Yeah, again, you're just being shitty, Drew. You're just being shitty. Yeah, see, there we go. Because it always comes back to the booze with Drew, because I couldn't possibly have stopped drinking. That's not possible.
Well, we were talking specifically about
Just say what you said. Don't deflect.
an
Come on, dude.
individual. Can you just shut up,
Straight up,
please?
made it. No, because you're not answering my
Or are
question.
you just gonna? Okay,
I want to talk, but you're not answering my question. You can't even focus.
Okay, what I believe he said is we were talking specifically about Ben's situation of him saying he
I'm talking
doesn't need
about
anyone other than himself to come to Christ.
Right,
And
but
then-
he was saying in general terms.
I didn't say that. Here, let me make it plain for you, sir, instead of you speaking for me. Okay, if a person so-called comes to Christ, Christ did that, and the person allowed it to happen, right? Because we have free will. We're free to resist that process. If another human being thinks that they've led a soul to Christ, that's bullshit. Jesus did that. You didn't do that. So the fact is, at a certain point in my journey, so-called, what I did was I just said, okay, Jesus, I don't know if any of this is real, but if you contact me, if you call out to me, I'm not going to resist. I'm going to be open and I'm going to surrender to the process. And then surprise, surprise, wasn't that much longer. I had a direct experience of Christ. And none of you can ever change that. And I had, even though I don't like the term religion, I had what I refer to as a religious conversion experience. Okay. And it has nothing to do with the rest of you, because the Most High is using me for specific reasons that are none of my business and are certainly none of yours. And none of that has anything to do with any collection of bozos here in the realm who happen to be here at the same time I'm here in this form, by the way, because whatever I am, it existed before this place. It's here now. I'm not from here. This ain't my home. I'm going somewhere else after this, meaning whatever my essence or spirit is, it's going somewhere after this. I'm just hoping it don't have to come back to this hell with bozos like y'all who think you get to put your 2 cents in when it comes to God's business. It's God's business. You're going to sit back and have opinions about God's business? Get over yourselves. I don't know of anything more arrogant than having opinions about God's business. I don't have very many opinions about God's business. I don't think I have any these days. I'm talking about get out of my own way so that every once in a great while I can be in the right place at the right time and empty enough of my ego, be emptied enough of my own view of myself, my own ego, my own wants and my own desires, so that I can then be filled with the Holy Spirit. And then I can then do God's business while having absolutely no idea what that business is going to be, how it's going to manifest, what's going to come out of it, and just trust that that whatever that thing is that I call the Most High knows what the fuck it's doing. That's called the practice, sir. And I don't see y'all doing it.
People need religion. They can't discover Christ.
But it's not my job to come on here and castigate you bozos, because I don't see you doing it. Because maybe you are, because it ain't really my business. So maybe it's manifesting in different ways through you. I don't know. Again, none of my business. But why are y'all so concerned with what's God's business manifesting through Benton? What's the focus on this? It's probably because Benton is in touch with something that y'all ain't in touch with and have never been in touch with. That's probably why. Now, guess what? You're still here and there's still time.
They need other men to tell them how to
But
live.
you're, by the way, you're probably wasting it.
Didn't hear him say that. This I'm a straight shooter. I didn't hear that.
Well,
Then you're
you're
here.
asking what
You're
you think so
retarded.
that I can
Okay, and you
rephrase
just
it in my own personal.
Try to listen.
I'm listening. Yeah, okay, say it.
Oh, not holy at all, EBT. Not holy at all. No. Just blessed enough and protected enough, by the way, because I have been protected my entire life. There's no doubt about it. Blessed enough and protected enough and able to master myself enough to be used as a vessel of the Most High. Now, if you feel like that reflects on you as a person, well, I would say maybe you have some introspection to do. But again, maybe you and Drew are here to raise some kids that are going to be of value at some point in the future to God's business. So maybe, again, none of my business. I'm just speculating. So maybe that was my parents' function, was to give birth to me. So see how it works? But these same people who want to call Benton holier than thou and who want to make fun of me for being audacious enough to speak this way, they don't have no problem with Paul's vision on the road to Damascus. Saul of Tarsus, they just take his word for it. Oh, Saul of Tarsus had a direct experience of Christ on the road to Tarsus. They don't have no problem with that one. Oh, but Benton saying he had a direct experience of Christ? See, they seem skeptical to me. So the fact that it happened thousands of years ago to Saul of Tarsus, they're more than willing to accept that because it supposedly happened thousands of years ago, and a human being wrote it down in a book that still exists to this day, right? But we're not willing to take Benton's word for it. Well, fuck you.
Okay, nobody said you needed a man.
Not a straw man.
Nobody said. I don't even know.
Not a straw man.
What did you say?
It's manifested truth that you're unwilling to accept is what it is. It's manifested truth that you're unwilling to accept. And guess what? I can't make you accept it, nor would I want to. See? But the fact that y'all can't fucking stand it tells me everything I need to know. The fact that you're here listening to it, maybe it will bear fruit. Maybe this sermon will bear fruit someday.
Who's going to preach the gospel then?
Let me just go back.
The gospel's been preached, Freedom Grower. See, these Christians start with the idea that the good news has to spread far and wide. Yeah, that was true thousands of years ago. Guess what? It's already happened. That process has been completed, Freedom Grower. So, but we're going to be in the space where we believe that the gospel needs to continue to be preached. Well, what happens when the day comes that it's been preached? Everybody's heard it, sir. We all know what that is. See, but we got to. Meanwhile, I've preached more than you have, Dick. I'm doing it right now, sir. So what are you even talking about?
Let me just go back to what we were talking
Spirit,
about.
Dick, you know what the Holy Spirit is?
Yeah, that's why I think it's important to define what the church is, because
correct.
I would say it's more what you're saying that to be able to learn about these things.
The church is
might think you
gangster.
need the church, right? But
Which
the church
church?
is just two or more gathered together. It's just where people in like mind that are pursuing the truth.
No, Tommy. Literally nothing good is coming out of this. There's no good fruit coming out of Christianity. You can't point me to anything positive happening. You just can't. And in fact, whatever church you point me to most likely condones things like transgender youth, because they're all 501(c)(3)s, right? Most of the churches are LBT, sir. Yeah, there's some exceptions. I'm talking about most, Tommy. Most. Yeah. Well, I'm done with this anyway. Well, a lot of the things I said are not anybody's opinion. It's the reality of what's happening here. Yeah, who's the terrorist in the top right? Exactly. Why won't my cam work is the question. $20 webcam is on the fritz. Amazing. Amazing. All right, we're opening the panel if anybody's wanting to get down. Probably not going to entertain any challenges to what I just said, though. Of course, we know EBT never comes on this time of day, so I don't have to worry about him popping on and attempting to settle my hash unsuccessfully. So that's good. What's up, Aunt Sally? I like your PFP there. Good stuff. Hey, they're already coming. It's Tommy.
Yeah, we don't have to touch what you just said. I'm here to protect. Not protect you. I'm here to be a deterrent for whatever CBO is going to come up here about, because that dude is a dishonorable fucking bitch.
Why do you say that? Oh, you're waiting on CBO? Okay, I see. Challenge issued, challenge accepted.
Hold on, did I hit that or did you hit that?
If I did, it was on in error. So yeah, please continue.
And I will admit, when in all those phone calls with Christos, there was a number of times I either speakerphoned or muted myself with like my ear or my cheek. I don't talk on the phone a lot. I bet that would happen a lot if I did. No, I said I'm not necessarily up here waiting for CBO, but I would like to be up here to deter whatever his beef is, because I don't know if you came across it on that stream, but I think he is one of these people that think just because I'm economically endowed, he's just free to like take or well, basically is what happened. He was sitting there asking Tulip Bulworth, hey, I need $5. I need $5 till tomorrow. He needed like $1 for every kid he had. He needed like $2.50 for every wife he's had. But I threw $5 at him in Snapchat specifically because he said, no, fuck you, Tommy, you're not coming up. It's like it's not even worth sitting in the backstage, you're not coming up. But he had been asking, blueberry, bring the blueberry. And so I threw him the $5, and in the for part it said for mod power faggotry. And so after I sent it, allegedly Toilet Bowl Earth had sent him $5. He mentions another guy that sent him $10, and yet he still accepted my $5. So he needed $5. He knowingly got like 20, maybe more. It's hard to tell how many people might have just tossed him $5. And then he drops the subject. I send a $2 chat that says, hey, whatever my beef was. And then I said, give me my $5 back. And he brought that chat up and double flipped it the bird. And now he thinks he's big shit. And he is shit. And Christo is shit. Look at that Nia Justice talking like I was trying to groom Christos. Christos is 25 years old, acting as young as Peniel. I am 43 years old, okay? I already explained it, knee of nothing. I explained what Christos was trying to smokescreen because he's trying to hide his dishonorableness. And you're all fucking... I'm not trying to get on the high and mighty thing here either, but I can't find one of these channels in this known community that has many honorable people. You can be a bad person, you can be a shitball and still be honorable. Like, I can come up here and say, yeah, as a guy that says nigger all the time, I say nigger a lot. I accidentally show guns when I intend not to. And no one wants to hear my explanation to Benton, but it is, dude. I was wrong for the bang the other day. And it's because I was so infuriated in the moment that while Z was sitting here, that OTW had the nerve to tell me to self-delete when that was like one of the major returns of a guy gone because he told somebody to self-delete. And I bet I lost my shit. I was so infuriated at hearing that in front of Z. I was like, I'm going to turn this fucking camera on with a gun in my fucking head. And that's why I'm sorry, Benton. Write that down. I'm saying, I'm sorry I showed bangs on your channel.
Apology accepted, Tommy. Thank you for saying that.
And if I had a better system right now to edit, I'd edit it for you myself.
I believe you, so thank you. Yes, and I may do it. We'll see. I don't know.
I think there's a lot of stuff that would go smoother. I don't know how a lot of editing software is. If you could just like paintbrush some blur on, like there's a lot of stuff in these streets that would be easier to edit if you could just paintbrush blur. whether it's a bong hitter in a sex swing or a guy showing bangs or whatever.
Yes, sir. I hear you. Oh, Paul's over at Yurts. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I pretty much it's mostly Yurt, but I've pretty much detached from that whole situation. Like Yurt, I have no confidence in as an adult father of children either. Like him and CBO are pretty much unsavable in my YouTube eyes.
Yeah, it's interesting times to be sure. Anybody that wants to go check out Yurt, you will not be hurting my feelings. This is just like bonus content as far as I'm concerned. I already did my 2 hours, so we're just hanging out. So
right, and
maybe,
that's kind of what I look for. I'm looking for places that like from even start to finish are kind of just hanging out, because I feel like a lot of the best streams, it's not like you can say, oh, I'm going to this channel and it'll definitely be a good stream. It's like with all of it, it's kind of a roulette of who's there and what comes up.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. Well, let's just real quick. I want to pop in with what they're talking about because I do find it.
Sure.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, and do you think this is weird? I don't know Aphrodite. I think you guys all know Aphrodite better than me. But last night I came across her. She's straight up cult number. She's cult number 96.
Oh yeah.
Unless somebody stole her picture, she's cult number 96 now.
Oh, is she in the Paul cult?
I guess I didn't take her for that, but I was on Peniels last night trying to go where there's like 4 viewers, and he ended up starting to get a little crowd, and he still just wanted to play videos, but like he gives me a wrench because I'm trying to deny it, and they lost their shit on me because I scrolled way up the chat where it was old chat and started experimenting with wrench powers for the first time ever, and they lost their shit. It was hilarious. I don't know what Ginger Ridge. Ginger Ridge is so all over the place. Like
they were just waiting.
Well, Ginger Ridge is one of my favorites from the live chat.
That's what I'm saying. Ginger Ridge goes my full spectrum.
Like real world and straight down the middle, and not
No, Samantha. See, this is how slow you are. 96 is not Salty Siren. Salty Siren was Salty Siren right in the chat with 96. You stupid bitch.
Well, the thing about Samantha Sweet Ann is she's let it be known that she's Asian and black mixed, and I've just decided I find that to be an attractive mix, and I've decided that she's probably very attractive. So,
and you
pretty much do whatever she wants.
Nail it. You help nail it for me too. I would be attracted to the Asian side, repelled by the black side.
Oh no, I like both. Yeah, I like both. So. Yeah, she's good to go. I'm just glad she's here. But and she may.
You ever hear that? You ever hear that stand-up comedian? It's a black woman.
Who?
That says, "Ain't no pretty black girl ain't gonna be that pretty without being mixed."
Oh, dude, no, I like them dark.
Yeah, I like them dark if they're like circa Sean Paul's Get Busy Basement, tall, lean, super black with an afro. That's the kind of black woman I'd go after. But I will say, in a non-racist sense, just in perceiving that like black women have like this thing that makes it hard for me to find them attractive all black. Not because they're black, just the features that make a girl attractive to me. And with respect, I like how even the woke culture is trying to say your sexual preference or your attractive preference is the one place we're all going to excuse racism. Just like the porn industry is the last bastion for some like real racial statement, but it's like to categorize. Like if a black and a white person have sex, it's like biracial or some kind of aggressive title, but in the porn industry, it's not racist.
I don't give a fuck if they're married with children, like Al Bundy.
He brings Samantha's female rant up. I didn't get to read all of it.
on the beach if she's developed the right way. I know they're.
I couldn't read all of it because as a penis that was in the middle of talking, I couldn't. It's because they have something of somebody you equate with Aphrodite. Oh, Samantha, I am open to being wrong that it's Aphrodite, but it's definitely not Salty Siren because I spent that stream cucking the Salty Siren, talking about how big of a dick she could have, and I still wouldn't turn it down. But 96 was right in there. You couldn't have, she'd have to have 2 laptops, and it would be irrelevant to do it. I just don't get it.
I didn't talk about it, so it doesn't exist in me. So when I see it exists in you or anyone else, I'm gonna be the one to condemn.
Hey, Linda Curtis, as above, so below, you dumb cunt.
Hey, well,
you gotta use their shit against them.
I can't police Tommy's behavior, Linda Curtis, but she's also one of my favorites, just for the record.
I don't remember. She's saying all this shit about me unless she just changed her picture or something. I'm sorry. I feel like
if she's got something to say about me, she just says it. I mean, dude, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
No,
I mean,
I'm saying
anyway,
I have
don't even know what I'm
no
trying to say.
idea. I have no idea who the fuck she is. I feel like that dude where some guy struggled to come get his vengeance for me killing his family, and I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. I don't even remember who you or your family is.
Yeah, she's old school CBO. So,
And Gary Baxter, he's all over the place too. Yesterday he's like backing me. Today he thinks I'm a piece of shit. And that's why none of these, this is when I get Benton style. This is why none of you really get to me, because you don't display these things me and Benton know are lost in society. Like, me and Benton can talk about each other's shortcomings, but I feel like there's this generation thing we share, or the last of like some kind of classic morality instruction or whatever. I don't know what it is.
well, and I am a pseudo intellectual, so I appreciate your viewpoints and what you're able to construct, intellectually. That's certainly part of it.
The way I say I come off smart to people from knowing what I don't know. It's like, I know I've done bad stuff. I know when I've accidentally done bad stuff versus when I've intentionally done bad stuff. See Gary going with the fucking classic backhanded shit.
But I will say, Linda Curtis, in my experience, is pretty much always on point. So
I'll start watching for her. I think, Linda, did you change your picture recently? Like, your name alone,
she hasn't been around a lot.
She hasn't?
No, not here.
Then that might be it. Because Linda Curtis, think about it this way. Back in the military and basic training, if you could get like 6 weeks into basic training and the drill sergeants don't know your name, that makes you look like one of the best soldiers ever, because a drill sergeant hasn't been up your ass enough to know your fucking name.
I think because I have both of those sentiments inside of me, and I think.
But Linda, in these streets, it might mean you're so wishy-washy you're not standing out with your female opinions. But that was also a triggering statement, like a backhanded statement, to show Gary Baxter I can do that too. Gary, are you talking about the salty siren with a big dick statement? Because that's kind of like a testament to how hot I think Salty Siren is. It's like you have to be heterosexual to be like, God damn, Salty Siren, if you had a big old BWC, I'm not turning you down. And that was the theme of that Peniel visit, is I was just laying it on thick. I was like, if there's something in the video that came up, I would reference it. I would be like, oh, well, Salty Siren can lay on the restraining orders and I will not comply.
As a child and finds themselves feeling things.
Okay, Samantha, let me tell you why I remember that, and let me show you how fucking dense you're being right now. Yes, I remember that. I remember calling you out for bringing it up in the very next panel I saw you in, saying, oh, everybody, I got it all figured out now. Tom's mom wanted a girl and he's not. This is why I set you people up. I've even been on a panel telling the story about how an HR cunt was trying to get me fired from my college level job and I couldn't tell who her little birdie was. So I left the same story all around the company, modifying a number or a color or a detail to the story for each person. And when that color / number came back to me, I knew who the fucking narc was. Now try, any of you, to tell me you're on my Game of Thrones level. And let me see CBO pop up in this chat like you stuck around to shut your fucking mouth, you fake fucking wigger.
Drew's well, I don't agree with that, but Drew's on family time most likely.
Have you seen his Cash App picture?
Yeah, probably.
Like I used to make fun of Paul for his fucking tilted New York Yankees smug smirky face pic as ego that he did take down after I brought it to him. Drew has one of these flat build, pulled it down over his eyes to his nose bullshit picture. I hate all these white boys. As much as I say nigger all the time, I hate these fucking white boys. Look at Christos. Ran from me when I came on Yurt, came back when his daddy's there. It's all a joke. It's all a joke, and that's why I could not be offended by what's said about me. Because as Samantha showed, they can't even grasp what's real in these streets.
Psychologically discussed, and we're not aware of these dynamics. I mean, this is the rotten.
And I do stand by, I highly speculate OTW has purchased his way into monetization. Because it's like, if Jack did, we know that's Moose. We know Jack does not have the YouTube or technical awareness to even know he could do that. Moose probably got money off of him and went and did it. And I think OTW followed suit because there's nothing about OTW that should be monetized yet.
I think Santos Bonacci's been pumping him up. And Santos has got a pretty big channel. Pretty sure that's
See,
what's happening.
if he's propping him up, then he's propping up that OTW would have people there. It's like
they'll
OTW.
they'll just sub because Santos pumped him up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, whatever Santos says, it can't be OTW standalone stuff. Like, that's what I'll give Paul over a lot of people is I think Paul can get further than a lot of these guys sitting alone on camera. And that's why I'm like, the fact that OTW is suddenly monetized, I'm not buying it. Like,
Yeah,
he's also going back to get a new job, which is my favorite thing.
Well, I'm hoping
When he quit his
like the
job,
show.
I said
I
it
don't
was
know what to tell you.
stupid, and now he's back to looking for a job.
Yeah, well, I like the show. I'm hoping he gets to continue with the show, so we'll see.
Yeah, you like the combination of people that go to his show that you could also have here. So you like your show because you could have anybody he has. That's all he's doing is he's got some people that show up and whatever.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but I don't know.
How are they going to grow to be geese?
Because, I mean, I wouldn't expect me to sit alone and just steal everybody's viewers. Everybody keeps telling me make a channel. They don't understand why I don't. I think I made it pretty obvious, but they can keep saying it. It's like, I know this is probably a very Benton statement, but like half the shit I know about everybody in these streets is like watching them react to each other, watching them react to me, watching what they think is real versus what I'll sit here and say I'm doing to be fake. And Samantha, I think the one that's like Trump is the anti-Trump guy there in the top middle. Like, I understand why he has a stance against Trump. He doesn't understand why I say he does so much Trump stuff.
It's getting good.
Who had children whose father wouldn't come around, so I wound up watching them, and I find out in between me watching them, they got multiple other people. One of them's a gay man, openly gay.
Like when Paul calls me an agent of chaos, we're not 2 months out of a time that he would go channel to channel unwanted and come in with that fake Talcott voice. Like people weren't inviting him. They brought him up with a Talcott pic and he'd say, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, like just brothers and sisters, and just agent of chaos, agent of chaos.
Friends was gay. He leaves me with an openly gay man who used to drink. How dumb are you? right?
Why is Yurt's name 3 periods on his own channel?
Curious part of us. If nothing else,
I don't know. That's a good question.
Right?
It's all so crazy.
Don't have sexual interactions regularly.
See,
No,
Knee of Justice.
no, I did
Knee of
not.
Justice. I'm gonna give you one verbal chance that I never give anyone that stays on the meth thing. Make one more meth comment, and I'll just block you. Because I don't care. But I'm sick of hearing it because a lot of people that don't like me still get it and are past it. Like that monkey in the middle there, that top middle monkey, he openly says he had a PCP/heroin problem and will still call me out for meth shit. And you guys don't see the hypocrisy.
That is a life-threatening motherfucking situation. Why would you put yourself in there? Especially when you find out.
Oh, there's little Keith.
That kid traveling around with
Yeah, you know, I want to like Wizard, but I just don't.
when something does happen?
Yeah, it's
Is
because
that wrong?
No, it's wrong. It's not wrong. You probably just might not see immediately why, and I do. It's because he says he's not a Christian. He beats you in the head with the KJV. Like it's as simple as that. Beating everyone day to day with the KJV, citing the KJV, but don't you dare call him Christian.
But it's funny. I actually like all the other people. What I know of them, I don't like Wizard.
I don't like Lou Bass. Actually, I don't like anyone on that panel. Apparently. I will say Yurt can make the phonetic sounds to correct it. I do respect Lou Bass that day that he came on here, and like whenever you let Lou Bass sit here and talk to me, I will say compared to all the people I can see them trying to search for gotchas, I feel like Lou Bass was honestly just inquiring about me. So I will retract that. I think I might slightly like Lou Bass currently more than anyone else on that panel. But he's still in my mind after months and months of Paul's, whenever it was only Paul in my world. I still have a lot of that against Lou. He's still a follower and a cuck.
Oh, and real quick, I forgot to shout out to Wizards, Wraps, and Minerals earlier. Or Wizards, Mineral, whatever it is. Wizards, Minerals, and Wraps. My apologies.
Daddies are looking at
One of my favorites. And then with Monk, wait, do you mean that wizard sells that shit, or do you mean a different wizard?
That's the name. It's the person's name is Wizards, Wraps, and Minerals, I believe.
Okay.
They posted a long time ago, and I had such a head of steam going, I failed to.
Knee of Justice, I see Wizard more as a shit. I lost the name. You know, the guy with little swastika upside down cross between. Just he was in prison. The hippie murders.
Molesting children as
Fuck.
there are males.
Sir, I didn't say.
You know, the Helter Skelter guy. I'm losing. I just can't.
Manson.
Yeah. Wizard comes off to me more as like a Charles Manson type because that's the way he was. Even in court, he just gets on that maniacal, like he's his own biggest fan.
That's what a JG called that Clayton Bigsby energy.
Yeah. And Monk, everyone says they hope I'm sober. Why? Because if you heard my meth stories, you know that meth not only gave me the intestinal fortitude to pull myself up out of my bootstraps on various occasions, including me and Benton sharing homeless experiences, but also I became a 100,000-aire in the stock market doing illegal Adderall that is meth. No, Knee of Justice, you don't get it either. You don't get it. You have no comprehension. God, I hate people. I hate people.
I like Nia Justice, but I will say that the meth stuff says more about you than it does Tommy. I will say that. But
right, because he
overall,
doesn't get.
I like Nia Justice.
I've gone from panel to panel just talking about whatever is going on, just being this person people want to deny that I do more often than what they say I do. And I got greeted constantly by people I don't fucking know, just opening with "Hello, Thomas. Hello, Jesus of Bethlehem." And these motherfuckers don't know me. They don't know if my grandmother's in the chat. And that all stemmed from that albino monkey in the top center. He says he's not a cult, that he has nothing to do with anything. And when these streets opened up to all these channels, his cult told you all meth. When I said meth and gay friend tried to Bill Cosby me, that was all when he had gained my trust. And granted, I'm not gonna fucking say anything online I haven't covered and conquered within myself, but it's just more that I can know people by how they use what they've been given.
I think women sometimes because they're the truth.
I use math every day when I'm thinking about my funds, thinking how much food to eat or give my dog. Math is a part of the universe. I love math, and meth ain't so bad either.
I don't know if I want to use the word nefarious or not, but
well, Linda, I claim to be a Jesus person, and I've Jobbed many times over. Like, that's my wisdom in life. Is you read that story about Job that happened to him once, and the Lord sees it fit to Job me over and over and over again. And there goes the injustice from my visibility.
Well, and that's what, and I just want to just real quick.
You want me to stay, or you guys shut it down?
It's okay for women.
No, if you could keep the broadcast going, I'd appreciate it, sir.
I'll do that for you. I'm trying to think if I want to be able to hear these monkeys or not. But I think
I'd like to keep listening to the monkeys. So
while you're eating,
I'm not calling them monkeys, but yeah, if you don't mind.
Well, I'm only referring to the top center because he's owning it like I'm trying. Well, like I do own the meth. Yeah, Ginger Ridge. Let's cover your dumb shit. Read what you just wrote, Ginger Ridge, because
I just want to throw
it's
something
all
in here.
amphetamines.
I know I'm late to the
It's
party here.
all
but,
amphetamines. It's like saying Ginger Ridge is a ridge, but Mrs. Ridge isn't a ridge. It's like, no, that's the same family.
Percentages
They're all
there's
stimulants,
an
Ginger
interesting
Ridge.
comment down here
Do
in
you
the
want me to
chat,
talk
and
as
it
a
says that,
substance user or a degree
perversions are
holder in applied
cultivated. It's the same
science?
thing as
Because this is
racism.
how y'all fuck up.
Okay,
You
a
get
child
lax
does
and
not
you come in
learn about
confident with
racism
the
naturally.
substance
He either
knowledge,
learns it in
and
the home
then
or he
the
learns it at
applied
school.
science
Everything that
indoctrination
you and
gives you a
I
fucking
and the women
haymaker to your
included
stupid fucking jaw.
think in their world
So
is
let's cover
something
your
that is
first
handed to
stupidity
them.
of the
And now
day,
most of the
Ginger Ridge.
women
The
grow
issue
up
with Rage
under what I
Against the
call Walt
Machine was
Disney
not
programs.
selling out.
You know, there's
If
a damn
anyone
golden
making
strap. They need a
millions off
man
their
to do
music
this
as
for 'em, and the
artists is
men go
selling
right
out, then
along
they're
with it
all
because it's the flip
sellouts.
side of the
No,
Walt Disney
the
program.
issue that killed Rage Against the Machine and so many fans is that fucking even Tom Morello went to a restaurant and tried to do the, well, can I get this table? Can you lose these plebs because I'm Tom Morello? Like, that's obnoxious, like greater than thou shit. Selling out is a specific thing that Rob Zombie explained very well. And if you don't
And
know
that's
it,
part
I'm
of the
gonna let
same
you look
programming.
stupid
If
not
it's
knowing
something
it.
that's told to you, yes, it is.
No, I'm not going to speak to you on that, Ginger Ridge, because I just told you why you've.
Humans, have you not
And you're
discovered
still
by
here,
now that
Neo Justice,
humans in this
but
form are
that was a
incredibly
very
programmable?
line walky thing. And I won't hesitate to not even warn you next time.
Yeah,
But the
because
fact that
if
you're
this
worried about it shows some humanity, shows some like decency there. That albino monkey, he's the one encouraging you all not to regard any of us except him. He's trying to set the narrative on who deserves respect and who doesn't, which I think is why he doesn't
No, I
deserve
was
it.
talking about statistically men and women. Do you know that in this country,
Oh,
that
okay. I wondered
only
if
like
Benton was back or if
17%,
that's
I
him
don't
on that
remember the
panel.
exact numbers here, but
No,
only
that's
like
Scott.
17%
That dude sounds a
of
lot
your
like Benton.
heterosexual marriages wind up having the police
Dude,
called to
chat,
the
does
home.
that guy not sound almost
Okay.
exactly like Benton?
Now, out of the 50% of the divorces that are in
Now
this
it kinda, I
country,
can see that it's not, but
over
when he
like
opened, I was like, is
70%
that Benton
of those
talking?
divorces are actually filed by the women. Okay, and in a lesbian environment, hang on, in a lesbian
So he still
environment,
sounds like, with except for the frequency difference in the voice, he's even patterning.
they go up
He's
to like
even doing a talk pattern like
47%
Benton. That's
versus
crazy.
13% in a heterosexual relationship.
Thank
So
you.
women
What's
are
up?
just as easy,
Hopefully you
just
don't
as
catch a lot of
quick
shit for
to
being
pull the
seen
trigger
agreeing
on
with me in any
everything
way.
as the men are.
Right.
You know, I was a single
But
dad
Paul,
for 5
Paul
kids. I was
is
married twice, and I
Paul
operated
is
under the same
notorious for
assumption
flip
that all you
flopping
guys
which
are doing.
gender
Yes,
is in the
women are
wrong
more
according to
nurturing. Women, yes,
what
women
his rant is on for the day.
hang on.
Like one day he sounds like me talking about, yeah, women are independent in their services that require men's money, and then another day he's like, men are the problem. If it wasn't for women to keep you straight, or you know, if you listen enough, you know what I'm saying. Meanwhile, if anybody really ever wants to get at him, and I'm not saying this works 24/7, 365, but he's very sensitive about his mother. Very.
You're projecting onto me.
I feel your energy. By the time I see
Wow. On second thought, I'm glad Benton is watching
I
it.
deal with women all day, every day. I see the bozo next to him. They're just like
It's not rage when he does it. It's not ego when he does it.
love and the truth.
Monk, I will not be starting a channel, and if I do, I will not tell these streets. I already was planning, if I ever did, which I have no intention to do, it would sit there and be, and then one day after enough people were bringing it up, I would be like, I've had a channel for a long time, and y'all aren't on it. So let that be a testament to why I show up so much and why I have little respect for very many people. Like, there's an aspect of Paul's channel that follows through with all these channels that know of each other and interact with each other. You are a smallest demographic of not only stupid fucking people, but like you have no awareness of actual YouTube and streaming and all these different platforms. You are all invested in yourselves so much that you can't see your own follies, your own ridiculousness, and you deflect and project from that by saying it's me.
What you're trying to share? Is it just that yes, women are evil and do crazy?
Oh, I
No,
know
no.
pro
What I'm
hormones
saying
to an
is,
extent,
what I'm
as in
saying
I've
is, women
interacted
are
with a
just
lot of
as
people
quick
that
to
were
pull the
on them.
trigger because there
When I
again,
worked at
you
Denver
know,
Airport,
there again, if you look at the statistics in a lesbian relationship,
okay,
domestic
what's up? I
violence
think
goes
you're
up
like the
almost
mustache guy, right?
50%.
Yeah, I think I know who What's Up is. There's like 2 or 3 Watts names that I gotta kind of keep them straight because they bounce between likable and dismissible. But I know What's Up is cool. I remember who he is. Yeah, man, if you ever come to Colorado, hit me up. There's a lot of people in these streets that could hit me up if they were in Colorado,
Because I'm
and
going
then
off of real
that
life
group of
events that I
people
witnessed with my own eyes.
is divided between whether I'd meet them at my house or meet them at like a coffee shop or something. Like that New Jersey Jeep girl that was in fuck, I always forget the hippie place that's part of Colorado Springs. But she was like 60 miles away from me, and I was ignoring every chat she made about wanting my cross streets and stuff because she
Some of
doesn't
this
get
is
it
all
either.
just stuff that
She
I've
doesn't
witnessed, yet
understand
you're
the cross
telling me
streets
that I'm saying certain
challenges,
things based on a certain
and there is
viewpoint. You
layers
don't
to
know
it.
where I'm coming from.
Like sometimes I'm telling people to come to my
No,
cross
you don't.
streets
You don't know
because
me, but
everyone
I think
knows
you know. That's a pretty
it's ridiculous to get together over this shit and fight. But that is the statement. It's like, if it's so ridiculous to get together and fight, why would you say the things that all men know only end there? It's like men wouldn't sit online and keep saying those lines back and forth. You just get together and work it out. You square up. What do you mean name my channel cross streets? God, Ginger Ridge, this just goes with
That's
what I
a
was
great
saying.
idea. I would subscribe to that channel.
Oh, name the channel
Yeah,
cross.
name the channel cross streets.
All right, that was a
great
Lost
idea.
in Texas. Yeah, I thought he was like, I thought he was like, name your channel and your cross streets. Yeah, that is a good one, Ginger Ridge. That's what you get for being so swing of the pendulum.
You know, we think Ginger Ridge might be a female, but we're really not sure.
And I remember a past Ginger Ridge picture that I was mistaking with a past Quantum Epic picture, I think. Unless Quantum Epic wasn't. I feel like on CBO and EBT, Quantum Epic used to have this badass picture of a chick like smoking a cigarette at like a table of a bar or a club. And I'd always say Quantum Epic's pic makes me want to like skip class and go smoke and shit. And she was like, me too. And then you exposed her, Benton. You're right. She does have a lot of soccer mom, office woman. Like I expect Quantum Epic is most likely to claim one of us has a case of the Mondays. That's the best way to put it, I think.
Yeah, a lot of
Good,
women
good point,
end up
Ginger
without
Ridge.
fucking dad.
Yes, I agree. Good point.
Although
Ginger Ridge.
interestingly, both number one and number two fucking hilarious. But yeah, it is rare in the ladies.
Therefore, thought that
That's what makes it stand out when a lady is funny. It's like, wow, ladies are so not classically funny because I think a lot of the comedy has to come from how men experience life and how they see it. With that, like the tear me and you were on about the whole estrogen testosterone difference. I think comedy is strongly affected by that.
So I would argue it's more likely that alcohol reveals
Ginger Ridge, are you a ginger?
amplify, and that's why you see most folks go the
Not to
same
look
way.
oblivious, but you see how many questions come up just with all these different profile names.
The walls and the boundaries drop, and all the behavior that was inappropriate
Oh
before
man.
now becomes okay for the night.
And does pronouns really mean you're going to get what it says on the label? Like, can a pronoun not be misleading considering you choose it?
And then revealed, that's what would seem.
Or maybe I'm so affected by the woke that when I just said you choose your pronouns, I'm wrong. Because classically, pronouns were just a description noun. And it's been turned into a thing that you're free to choose.
Without causing ourselves and each other problems.
It's all a joke, Monk.
You can't just explain it away
Like,
that easy.
it wouldn't be as much of a joke if we could find a place to say, this is where we won't be a joke.
Seated, okay, and rooted.
Who's this broad?
That's the bong hitting sex swing chick that's usually showing up trying. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember now.
Like, that's what I thought was weird about Paul's channel. They were starting to have these weird late night sessions.
I
where
remember
it's-
that.
Yeah, it's like a couple of guys acting like creepers. They've even had Joe Cool sitting in the dark where you just
Yeah,
see
that
the
was
cherry of
fucking
his
weird.
blunt light up. And that bitch playing the solo stripper to the party. It was so fucking weird.
And an angelic spirit.
And
Yeah,
I think that's
I'm
where
done with Joe Cool. He will never appear on this channel ever again unless we're restreaming somebody else.
Well, elaborate, because he's fallen off in my eyes as well compared to
I
when
just
I
don't
used to
like
show
him.
him.
It's just,
Yeah.
I just straight up don't like him.
There's a lot of shit that, like, I'll still talk to him, but I feel like he is avoiding me. The last time I can't remember the last time he showed up while I was on a panel, but I see him strategically showing up where he's not coming across where I've seen him have beef. Like, I've even ran across a Paul panel where Paul's loud and screaming and Joe Cool and a couple of these older guys are like not having it and fed up with it, and they have that like no patience, disgust air about them. And I'm like, sure, but it doesn't reunite them with people that had beef over their blind yoking to him. Like Paul, Joe Cool has come and gone from Paul a number of times, saying he's racist and tries to make people look racist. To know he's not racist, everyone else is the racist one, and that's part of why I just drop N-bombs left and right, because I'm over the whole racist thing.
Well,
like
and
this generation doesn't know true racism; they just attach to it.
That's why we don't have this. Not we. Some folks.
well, with Joe Cool also, like there's a few auditor, and I'm only talking about people who audit because they have channels.
I hear you. Yeah.
Some people do it because they want to, regardless of the channel. But you know, there's a few of them I think are okay, but pretty much anybody that audits and has a YouTube channel is just suspect out of the gate, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I can see where you're coming from with that, but my problem with his auditing, and I think this is what would clean up the auditors. I've even considered if channel doing this in Denver in response to how Paul was with Denver cops, but I have yet to see an auditor that can just walk up, shake a couple cops' hands that aren't busy, and get their take on like, what do you think of the issue with this, with cops and people?
Yeah,
What do
exactly.
what do you think you could do to help make your job something you could defend easier or you feel people would accept better? Because that is the problem, is everyone comes around to, oh, they're here to serve and protect corporation interests and government interests. Well, there's the problem. Like, why don't we think about how to change that? Neither side is.
So most folks
Well, do you
just
remember
stuff all that shit away out
in
of
Dallas there was a bang where somebody supposedly went up on a building and took out some Dallas cops from a long distance from an elevated point. And I was in Seattle at the time, and like whatever their weekly free paper was, it had it on the it had, you know, the story on the front page. So I took one of the free papers, and this was also BLM was going on. So I put that, you know, I taped it to the big piece of cardboard, and I got my marker and I wrote "Dead Oppressor Lives Matter," and I walked all around Seattle with it. And eventually, and dude, I'm not a fan of the cops, but eventually the police officer like actually had a conversation with me about it. We had like a mature adult conversation. I wasn't mad at him. He wasn't mad at me. We talked about it and went our separate ways.
That's what I think
What
we
should
see in
happen?
each other, Benton,
Yeah.
is
What
we
should
both
happen?
we both will be trolly and aggressive toward emotions, but we see like that we're both on that same page of, oh, is everyone ready to be rational and sit down? Like we're ready for that.
Well,
But
yeah,
go
and my
ahead.
ultimate point was I can't be upset because somebody took a dangerous job and got paid to oppress people and now they're dead. Like I can't be emotionally upset about that. That was my ultimate
Right.
point.
Well, that's the same way I say cops shouldn't be doing this as long as I make it home at night, because that's one of
That's
those jobs
bullshit.
where
Yeah,
it's
that's
like, yeah, it's
bullshit.
like, no, your job was the citizens do before you. It's the same way men know women and children first, even if that means I eat a shit sandwich. And then when you become a cop, you lose that. It's like that's the corporate interest side of the black and white job description. The same way I tell black people, it's like, look, I'm not saying the cops are right. I'm saying you could teach each other the standard of that job and how to navigate it to not get killed till it's changed. Like until we change that job description, there is wording that excuses the deletion of people. And if you know how to not be in that category by actions, you can stay out of it. It's not really that white people don't get killed by cops. We get killed more by cops right now because a cop doesn't have to hesitate thinking to kill a white guy. He has to hesitate when he thinks about shooting a black guy because of all that the news hype it'll get. But if you're white, oh yeah, fuck it, let's just shoot him. They're not gonna fucking mainline it. Not gonna mainstream.
Well, and before all this George Floyd nonsense, since I was living in the streets and I do identify as a homeless person, dude, they've been killing the fuck out of us for a long time and nobody
Right?
really gives a shit. Like, yeah, I'm just like, it's got really got nothing to do with race or any of that other stuff, dude. They've been
Yeah,
killing homeless people for a long time.
Oregon or I can't remember if it was Arizona, but yeah, there was a homeless guy
A
camped out
bunch of
like
them.
out. There was a homeless guy that
Yeah,
was
that was
just well, this
Arizona.
was one on camera or body
I
cam.
saw it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's camped out literally in the wilderness compared to when I say, you know, all these homeless people only stay in the city because they can panhandle. They couldn't survive out in the wilderness. Well, this
True.
guy is mentally challenged and camping out in the wilderness, and they like platoon gunned him down. And
Yeah, and he was in the middle of nowhere, just off
yeah.
by himself. It's crazy, dude.
And then I also used to use the homeless as an example of like here in Denver, we had the hundreds upon thousands of homeless people in camps, and all through that lockdown, they survived outside. I was like,
A
you
lot,
people are
yeah.
locked down over this man-eating virus, and the homeless are thriving. It's like put 2 and 2 makes 5 together.
Yeah, this is the one that there's been a bunch of them, but this is the one that really stuck with me was this Kelly Thomas. The cops in Fullerton literally beat him to death on camera while he cried for his mommy. One of the
I remember
saddest
that one.
fucking
I
things I've
remember
ever
that one.
seen in my life. Yeah, like, dude, we're all desensitized to a certain degree, but this one, yeah, that was a rough one. So that was
And
in
we are
2011.
desensitized because people are a big shit salad these days. But make no mistake, whenever I was on a private call with Jack Talcott, telling him about trying to keep that dog with the owner and failing and it getting hit by a car before my eyes, I was getting choked up. Like I was trying. There's shit. Did I?
You're still here,
I
but I
almost
don't know
hung
what
up.
happened.
I almost hung up on myself. I was moving my hands on the phone and I clicked the side button. Yeah, man, 2 times talking to Jack Talcott privately. One time I bawled my fucking eyes out, and that was the second time getting choked up. But that time I could tell he knew I was, so I like took a second. And here's the secret, people: if you're ever about to cry while you're talking, that men don't usually tell you the secret. It's not about retracting on the crying. It's about you just take 2 more steps into it and you get past the crying. Like you get choked up by the emotion and then you keep moving. Like if you're in hell, keep going. That's how you stop crying whenever you're about to cry as a man. And 2 times I've done that for Jack Talcott, not because he's some epic guru, but because he will contact me or I can contact him privately and we just talk like 2 people compared to how people treat us on this stage. But the cop you were talking about whenever you held up the Oppressive Lives Matter, is that the one that they used the robot to detonate a bomb on him?
I don't know. It was a sniper, but I don't know if they ever even found him. It was in Dallas. He got like 7 of them, dude. It was wild. Now you never know if this stuff's real or not, but it was a big
Well, I
fucking deal.
remember the weird thing about, okay, this one, I forget what city, but it was a black guy sniper, and it was all uproared on the news because they used.
Oh yeah, it does say killed by robot. You're right.
Yeah, and he was confusing in himself because there was a protest going on that he was pro that protest, but he was sniping those protesters. And I was like, I have no idea what is going on in this guy's head unless he is just batshit crazy. Or maybe he wanted to false flag who he was. Maybe he didn't plan on being questioned or detained or whatever. And maybe he was just like, I'll shoot my own protesters to get more clout on these white people. I don't know. I think it was Dallas Ginger, but don't quote me. I just know it was, yeah, the robot kill.
And people may not know there was a lot of sniping in the 70s in this country. There's a really good documentary I'm going to put on the screen. I don't know if I can actually show much of it, but it's called The Killing of America. It's a documentary from 1981. It's on YouTube.
Before you start it, let me
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
cover Monk. Like Monk, I only know you're new because you said try taking this rational logic to Paul. No, this is how I became the enemy over there, was trying to be the one voice of reason in that cult before you all knew who they were. Like this is what made me the demon compared to my trolling with people pissing me off made me the demon everywhere else. And Benton, I'm surprised one that didn't get copycatted more. Do you remember how successful those 2 guys were? It was a man and a kid. They had a hole in the trunk. Yeah, they just drove
Beltway
around.
sniper. Yeah, the Beltway
Yeah,
sniper.
that was scary successful. Like you watch the news like, oh my God, there's another one. And none of us knew how this was happening. And then even after they caught him, people aren't recreating that. And I'm glad they're not, but I don't get why they're not.
So John Muhammad was the man, and Lee Malvo. I forget the kid's middle name. Lee Malvo.
And wasn't he a minor or was he a teenager?
Yeah, he was underage at the time. Pretty sure, or might have been right at 18, maybe. He was very young. They're talking about letting him out.
Are they both? Did one of them get the chair or anything?
I'm pretty sure they executed Muhammad, yeah, but I think they're talking about getting rid of. I think they're talking Lee Boyd Malvo. I think they're talking about letting him out. It keeps coming up in the news.
If they let him out, like if you were him, would you not just assume the rest of your life you have a handler secretly watching you?
I would think so. Supposedly John Hinckley's out, right? You know about that? John Hinckley Jr. got it released a while back. So
I know
did
that name. We're
the
talking
guy that
about
shot
so
Reagan. Shot Reagan in '80, and then forget the guy's name offhand. The guy that shot George Wallace when he was running for president. He's also got out. And in fact, they based Taxi Driver. The main character of Taxi Driver is loosely based on.
Hey, what's up? Just search that title right there, and we're like, if you ever have a host that you can't get that question to, just look for that title and.
Yeah, I'll drop it. I'll drop it for you. It's a really good documentary. I highly recommend it. I've watched it several times. A lot of wild shit went on in the '70s that people have just forgotten about.
Yeah, because
multiple fucking crazy events.
And didn't Rob Zombie kind of place House of a Thousand Corpses in that '70s time as well? I guess that's when he was a kid.
Maybe so. I actually never saw it, but I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but I just never saw it myself.
Oh man, you'll have to ask me about those. There's a significance to those movies that I didn't like it when it was just House of a Thousand Corpses, but then when Devil's Rejects came out, it tied them together in a way I'm like, oh, this makes them both badass. Because it's like House of.
Sorry to cut you off, but hold that thought. But you remember when there used to be all these events where somebody would duct tape a sawed-off shotgun to a hostage's head?
Yeah.
That used to be a thing that kind of went away. I wonder where that
Because not only will you not miss, but if you're holding it right, the act of sniping you'll still pull that trigger as you fall.
Yeah.
Because they'd also duct tape it to their own hand.
Yeah, that went away. There were several cases like that, and there's one, at least one is in this documentary. Two different ones.
You know why they don't do it anymore?
Why?
No conviction. They don't really want to do what they're trying to do. They're quitters. They're ready to drop all that shit and put their hands up.
Yeah, see, this guy's he's got the shotgun affixed to this dude, and holds him hostage for like several days while there's just people there the whole time, dude. It's fucking wild. Reading his manifesto or his listed demands.
Yeah, is that some kind of like metal wire there around his neck?
I'm not exactly sure what it is, but yeah,
because it's usually the duct tape. You'll see them duct tape all over their hand in the hilt. But yeah, that guy's kind of like got that I forget what you call that, but it's like a metal line of something.
And then this is fascinating. This is supposed to be some kind of like Black Panther type radical. You see he's just standing there with his pistol looking at the cops, man, and they're
looking
just
like RBR.
Dude, this is fucking wild. Look, he tried to set up to kind of conceal the gun, and then they blasted his ass.
Do you know? See, right there, that was weird that like he dropped like a lot of these people in these streets and across the world, they don't understand the true gun thing. Like if we went into like Walking Dead tomorrow, people don't understand that there's a big difference between a rifle slung and hanging in front of you, a rifle held like pointed at the ground, and a rifle pointed directly at you. All those are different body language of the seconds that the difference is. Like if you have your rifle slung on your back, that's like the least aggression you can show. But to hold it pointed at someone, that's a trigger pull away. Like that's the most aggressive stance you can have. Even holding it pointed at the ground, there's still like seconds that are in eternity when you think about what a gunfight is. Like you still have to raise it, aim it, and pull the trigger. So holding it pointed at the ground while you're being drawn on, you're still kind of like at their mercy if they already have you in their sight.
That's a good point. Yeah, the drop. They call that the drop.
Yeah, the channel active self-protection, it teaches you that. Like it shows surveillance camera footage. It talks about how to bide your time, how to look for your counter opening, and when to just risk not doing anything because you're at the whim of your assailant.
Yeah, I used to watch that channel. After a while, I lost interest, but that is a good channel. I used to watch that a lot.
Yeah, I come and go because they are always just adding more. And I like how they'll even take some footage that's not gun related and still relate it to that stuff they talk about. And then I like that they cover stuff that you already saw in the news, whether it was that there was like that mall shop where one guy ran while his friends stayed and got stabbed up by the Asian kid. Um, just some other famous footage that hit the news that they went ahead and covered. Um, what do you think about Fish Tank these days? Have you been watching it?
No, I just catch up on the clips here and there. I've never really watched a
Right.
lot of it, but yeah,
I
it's
agree.
interesting. It's
I
interesting.
like to catch the highlight clips, because whenever you first brought it up and showed it to us, when I started watching it, I got caught in a long nothingness, and I was like, you really have to wait for something to go down? Do they not have some system that keeps it active? And so yeah, I just wait for the highlight reels.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of figuring it out as they go along.
And that's fair.
But this is old because this one guy's already been kicked off unless they brought him back, and I'm not aware of it.
And
Damiel.
and when you look at that group, that's like classic Warhammer 40K game shop, only more
Yeah.
females. Like too many females, but they're all vibing that.
Well, shit, Tommy, I'm running out of shit to say. It's unlike me, but
Yeah, and I could take it either way. Like I know you've been streaming, but time and time again, no matter what little hiccups we have, I keep saying this is like the only place I can really come to and talk about anything. Because it seems like there's so many channels where, like Mr. Miyagi was saying, he loves when I just sit down and speak rationally. And that's what people like Yurt and Paul hate because they feel like they're being little dicked or condescended to have another man also bring value, and they just can't be having that. This is their brand. This is their channel.
yep. Yeah, Yurt's up to 64. Something must be going on over there.
It's because Paul's there.
Well, but earlier he's been on there for a while and it was at 30 for a long time. But yeah, it's getting later in the day. That's true. A lot of these people, I think, sleep in.
And it's like you were saying, I don't know if I was on the channel or on your panel, but there was just some random talk you were doing about like, oh yeah, and this is at that, and that's because Paul wasn't streaming yet, and then this because this person did this. And that's what I was saying about the yoking. It's like you're all valid in a thing you all have if you just stop worrying about each other and let the viewers go where they're going to go.
Oh,
And
I
don't-
agree. I
yeah.
agree. I'm not worried. I'm more just factoring it in, but I understand what you're saying exactly. Which is
And
like
I know
said,
you're not worried because you're one
Yeah.
of the few creators or hosts that I'm like, that motherfucker will just go get a job if he needs to go get a job. Because I'm the same
Oh
way.
yeah, and do
Like-
both. I'll still go live while I'm driving potentially.
Right.
Yeah,
And so will
absolutely.
OTW. OTW will do both.
Yeah, I do respect the hustle. I have to say.
And the thing I don't think these people know is a lot of my animosity with OTW is we did have original beef over the Paul thing when these streets opened up, and then he was in the chat of a channel where I was just rationally being like, yeah, I think me and OTW had this misunderstanding and they kicked me for me and over this. And that channel was like, hey, OTW is here right now. He wants to come on and talk to you. And he just gave me this heartfelt, like, you're right, bro. I was wrong. And I was like, hey, no apology necessary. Just off that. We cool. And then he just flipped around and he's back to it. Just like Yurt, just like a couple others, and Christos. Christos, in my book, is the worst because he will even admit that 3 days was me going, bro, this isn't me and you planning a channel talk. I'm like, you're my friend now, Christos. You've sat here one-on-one with me. You said you saw how Paul just took you under his wing to get at me. and he admitted that like everything about him is open for Paul to rag on. And we like confided and resoluted and became friends. And then I just had an issue with him abandoning me while I was peaking on acid. And now he's telling people I was hitting on him and trying to show him porn and stuff. He's 25 years old. He works at a church. He doesn't church. Like, that's where I'll agree with you. A lot of the church is fake these days, is people like Christos. But some of the church is real, as I was scared to say, like, I had walked away from claiming the Jesus, claiming the Christ, until I ran into some of these types like Stephen David and his name's a play on the fucking Rusty Shackelford or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And then like, and you even have your tendencies, like while denying the human church, you even will sit here and embrace Christ's teachings. And let me tell you a little thing that I got off track on your channel when you let me close out on that rant. I was telling the story about how I had naturally, with no internet existing yet, well, internet was real, but it wasn't all this. I told that story of my ex's sister buying that mansion and us finding the secret society shit. I have come across 33-degree Masons that have pulled me aside, seeing I'm not just some troll invader, and have had talks with me where they say, look, here's the deal. There was a true religion. Christianity is like a modification of that true religion, but it doesn't matter if Jesus was real or not. It's still what you would need to have gotten from the one true religion. It's like nothing, there might be a change in the Jesus Christianity, but nothing is lost on what you have to get out of it or what Jesus was teaching. And that's why he's like, that's the big secret. While they bicker over whether he was or wasn't, it doesn't fucking matter. And that's why I think there's a purpose to the Illuminati and the Masons Guild are not the same thing. The Masons are older than America, older than Illuminati. Illuminati Day is tomorrow. May 1st, 1776 is the founding of the Illuminati. You heard it first here with minimal viewers and minimal streets bullshit. You heard it from Illuminati. Tomorrow, May 1st, Illuminati founding day. 1776.
Well, I guess there'll be a riot in Seattle. By the way, I did not realize it was almost May Day. So we got that to look forward to.
Oh man, Washington is just an extension of the fuck that California is. Well, and Jake, that's just the thing. It's like, how many things beyond religion still get lost in these phonetic words that came from just wanting to tell each other there's a saber-toothed tiger behind you? Like, we had to figure out, how do I tell you I'm hungry? How do I tell you this hurts? And how do I let you know that there's a saber-toothed tiger behind you? Like, that's all this is a evolution of. And that's why the words don't exist for me to tell any of you what LSD is like without putting it on your tongue. That's the only way you can know.
Fucking dweeb, I don't know. You folks
Hey, Tommy, I think I'm going to bid you adieu if that's all right, sir. I'm going to watch some of this and then I'll probably wrap it up solo.
Yeah, that's fine, man. That's exactly how you would want to be bid adieu or do bidding adieu. It ain't no thing. I'll see you next time.
All right, brother. Good to see you. Have a good day.
What he doesn't
Later,
get
you too.
is that, like, part of me, when you kicked Provo Kid
That
off,
was Tommy. Always good to talk to Tommy. I'm running out of energy. Running out of energy. So
but then he continues on
been
with
burning the
his
candle,
thing,
not at
and I
both
understand
ends
it.
necessarily, but
Being experienced.
I do like to hear from Yurt, and I'm a fan of Paul's, obviously.
You know,
So
he really needs to check himself.
I'm gonna check some
and
of
then
this
I just
out.
hold my tongue, and by the end of it, the thing you were saying ended up being right.
Right? Because they don't understand. I'm not power hungry and I'm not power wieldy. I just identify a problem and I solve it. And sometimes that looks like chamber for 5 minutes slave. So you could check your ego because it's dysfunctional for you. Right? You got to give them time out. You got to be their mommy and daddy. That's what they're begging for. So you got to be that cosmic mommies and daddies for all the spiritual broken children who can't get right.
And that's why they like those wrenches. You know, Tommy was doing the same thing. Tommy was fucking trying to dismiss people in the chat last night. Whose channel was it? I can't remember, but he was blocking people. He was timing people out in the chat.
He timing people out in the chat. Shut the fuck
So
up.
all I did was just copy paste.
Oh, you didn't talk off that hamster?
Oh,
I was gonna say, you fat fucking hamster.
Beta male. Oh, what, did you kick him out?
Yes.
No, bring him back. We want to see him cycle. This is the part where he cycles and spins and goes deeper into his vortex of shame.
But where does it end, though, Paul, my friend? Where does it end?
No, that's the good content,
That's
though.
what
Bring the
started
beta boy up who's filled with estrogen and let him spew for a little
Yeah,
bit.
Paul's right. This is where
You can't
Yurt's
cut him
showing
off
that he
that.
doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
I'd
with
rather
panels.
have him expose himself.
This is where Yurt doesn't know what he's doing. Yes, this is good content, sir. Bring Provo back.
And then that's the content that we get to talk about without this.
Right.
Even City Hall gives you 3 minutes, right?
Go ahead.
City
Yeah.
Hall.
Even City Hall will listen to you.
I'm putting on the record, I'm tired of shit, and I don't really give a fuck about the content.
Right.
But if this is what you
Come
do in
on,
life,
Yurt. Of course you do.
then
It's
have it
fascinating
your-
for the people
have it your motherfucking
because
way.
you have to
Oh,
know the
Yurt.
story, right?
Why don't
The
you take
story
me back
is-
off so you can circle
Hey,
jerk
I'm
with
gonna
these
turn him down
fucking
now. Can I
losers?
take over?
He's still
I'm gonna
cycling.
take over the controls for
Go
this
right
second.
ahead.
Just a second.
Go
So I
right
turn
ahead.
him down, right? And then let me even full screen him, right? So the reason why this is great is because we've all been experiencing together for months, and they all know our journey and like our personality
Shout out to
and who we
Comic
present
Kid, by
ourselves
the
to
way.
be. So this is where it gets great because like we've gone months with these people hanging around them, and now they're showing themselves. So that's when like the
Ooh.
good stuff happens for the people.
You know what's interesting is Paul talks about this thing where sometimes, you know, there may be an idea that, well, one channel listened to another channel and now like, you know, they're sort of, it may be some, one person's imitating another person. But I think sometimes some of these content creators, so-called, are tapped into the same thing. Because I'm going through this with my live chat. Some of these folks are beginning to expose themselves. And none of the people here today, but I've seen it out of a couple of people who they've sort of been hanging around for a while. And even Tinsel TQ, who's been an excellent contributor. But now it may just been a bad day. You know, that's possible. But appears to be possibly Breaking Bad. So I'm resonating. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that term resonation, you know, in that sense. But I am. I'm feeling I'm picking up what Paul's putting down here.
For the viewers, they get to see who everyone's always been and probably will always will be, and then they get to see all the fake shit, the fake love.
You got zero
Yep.
children. You
Right.
shoot fucking blanks.
Triggered.
You got no
You're
testosterone.
triggered. I
You
shoot
got
blanks. No, my
kids.
pullout
You
game.
got nothing.
My pullout
The only
game.
thing you
I have
have
to turn him
is
down
a
now.
sack
I
of
have to turn
fucking
him
nothing.
down now because he's dysfunctional and spinning.
I love it.
So my pullout game
This
is
is
not
great.
so weak like a beta boy wearing a race car jacket that I just shoot up the club with everybody who I call the love of my life for the rest of my life. So
Paul,
you're
I
like-
gotta say this. Paul, I gotta say this. Your pull-up game is great. It's your put-in game that locks.
Exactly.
Nice,
I can
Lou,
barely
nice.
achieve penetration because my stomach's in the way. Okay. Now that's another form of
Just fucking with you.
prophylactic, right? Like where you can barely achieve penetration, so there's not much friction. There's barely any room.
One of the favorite things I like
Oh, wait a
about this
minute.
guy.
Be right back.
if
I
you
got
notice in
to
his
swap
background,
out the
he's got this
battery
big
in the
picture of
hotspot.
himself.
Right.
And did you see him move
Now,
aside?
who would do that?
Get this. Then he took a picture of it and put it in a picture frame on his desk.
Wow. So
Did
okay,
you
so
see him move
yeah, so
aside
he's
when the
surrounded-
camera went on him?
Right. He's surrounded by his only support system, which is himself, and you see how good that's going. He seems like really happy, co-creative, inspired, inspiring, and entertaining, eloquent. He's all those things, right? He's every man. He's what every man would want to be. So let's turn him up a little bit. Let's hear the Provo child spew his estrogen before he goes back to a
He's
center
got a blank
stage.
expression. He's got a blank nutsack filled to the brim of useless semen because he can't make kids, can't make children. He comes up here and
So
because
the
of that
biggest,
fact, he
so the
loves-
okay,
I'm not
that's
done,
good. So
sir.
now, no,
Sir,
yeah, but I'm going to turn you
Hey,
down
sir,
because I want to
excuse me,
comment
sir.
on that. You can't control yourself right now. So I just turned you down, Psycho and Spin.
Nice. I like it.
I haven't tried to copulate with women to that extent, right? Like to bring forth the offspring. I've not tried. So if that's your biggest achievement, like most of the inauthentic corporate males, you stuck your dick in something, it took, and now you got a little version of you running around, another beta boy slave. Yeah, Verily is shuddering. She's shivering and shuddering. There's chills going up and down her spine because she knows if she, I don't know if she has children or ever is going to have them, they're going to have to be somewhere with your children. And that's like shocking and appalling with you. So, you know, again, this is not an achievement or an accomplishment. I haven't tried because, again, to me, it's not an achievement and accomplishment. I want to be ready for such an event. Like you, sir, you seem to be really ready to be a father to a child. You don't at all seem like a child who's about to raise a child. No. So, you know, I could see your point there. Go ahead.
I have a father. My relationship with my father is.
I don't have a father, right? So, okay, he doesn't have a daddy. He needs a daddy, and he's been raised by a woman who was obviously a goofy bitch. So he's got the spirit of his mama up in him. He's got that spirit of his mama up in him. It's not on him, it's in him.
Go take some water, you fat ass.
Got it.
Go walk around. Go see.
Go walk around, right? I know.
Make sure
I know.
It's all
You're
fine.
like
Yeah, I'm gonna
doing
go.
so much nowadays. You're like such a nature boy. Hey, it's Ric Flair, the nature boy. You can tell by the fact that he comes to you always from a dark room. Always from a dark room, surrounded by a cloud of shame and despair, surrounded by slaves at some slave hole. There's no light or windows in that room ever, just red lights right from Shaitan, you know, in his gamer chair with his professional microphone going nowhere fast. So, yeah, these are always the successful ones who want to tell me to get out in the light and get out in nature and do stuff. They're projecting again. It's just a big projection
All right, I
fest
think
here,
we're gonna
pretty
shut
much
it down,
24/7 when the beta boys get triggered.
Hope
You know, your
everybody has a
pale,
good day.
scaly
I don't think I'll be
skin
back
where you
today,
look like
although-
Nosferatu isn't an indicator at
You
all.
never
of
really
not
know.
being
Let me check the notes real quick. Shout out to 23 still in the
Now,
house.
let me zoom in on the
Much appreciated. Let's go ahead and stop this screen. Let me see if I got anything else. Oh, I got scammed by Amazon, by the way. So I ordered some more of my canned tuna fish today. And fucking Amazon had me click a button that indicated I was getting a 30-day trial of Amazon Prime. Because I haven't had it for, I don't know, a couple of weeks now. And after I signed up to it, it just lied to me. And it's not doing the trial. It's actually just charged my card. But meanwhile, I had already made an order. So now if I try to cancel the Amazon Prime now, it'll only refund me the Amazon Prime charges minus the shipping and handling, or the shipping rather. It fucking scammed me. It's just a scam at this point. Well, it's Scam Nation. You know, this whole country's comprised of a seemingly never-ending series of scams, as we know. Yeah, I do. I like it. What's up? Yeah, I'm running. I ran pretty hot for the first couple of hours. I felt like I did pretty good, but I'm drained, man. I don't have much left to give. But yeah, I'm very disappointed in Amazon. So I guess once they deliver this order, I guess I'll go ahead and cancel the Amazon Prime and get the rest of my money back. But it's told me. I wish I had screenshotted it. It said 30-day free trial. Crazy. And then just straight up charge me. Yeah, bozos. And I started out talking about the OBS software, streamer software. So probably at some point I'll start using that in conjunction with StreamYard. I want to process my own audio. Then we'll get back to being able to play music. I did a test stream earlier, and it's like way better. The audio is so much better running through OBS, at least on my end. But then the connection my connection here is probably only really good enough to just do audio only, you know, with like StreamYard, but with the icon or whatever. So I don't know, man. I'm really, I'm looking at the truck driving jobs, actually. Let me show you. See, I noticed the trends in the truck driving jobs, especially when and most of these are on Craigslist, by the way. Other than there's this thing called Driver's Pulse where I can go on there and apply for jobs directly. But a lot of jobs people find through Craigslist. Let me share this screen. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So when I first went into truck driving, my first truck driving job, I got an $8,000 bonus, but it was dispersed over an entire year, and you only got the full amount if you actually, you know, stayed for the whole year. Let's see if you guys can see this here, guys and gals. Of course not. It's not large enough. So I'm starting to see these jobs are now advertising bonus. See this one, Class A driver sign-on bonus. And then that's owner operator, so I don't look at any of those. Then this one, that's a lease. But see this one also. So the only two out of the top, however many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so the only two out of the top 5 that are, and this is in Dallas Fort Worth, that are company drivers for long haul. This one has a $2,500 bonus. This one's $7,500, but that's some kind of specialized bulk. I don't even want to fuck with that. But so this company, all right, let me go over here real quick. This might be something I would do depending on where they run, because I'm not going Northeast or West Coast. But and then of course family owned. Oh, family owned. That's good. Okay, just as long as they don't tell me that I'm their family. I hate that shit. 55 trucks based out of Fort Worth. Of course, I meet this 2 years experience, good driving record. But it says, and they run later model Volvos, which I like. Volvo has the best sleeper cab setup, in my opinion. In fact, most of them have like the bottom bunk turns into a table, an actual table you can sit at. But it does $10.99 here. Oh, and sign on, yeah, $2,500 sign on bonus. Although you probably don't get that. You got to stay some period of time. But I could do a $10.99 and just worry about the tax liability later, right? And I'd like to work long enough to save up about 20 G's, and then maybe I'd have enough money to play poker just here and there, enough to at least sustain my life so I can continue on with this live streaming. Because I do think I do find this to be a productive use of my time overall, I would say. What's up? I am the Dow, rather. Well, the Dow was booted. What? Oh, you were. Okay. Yeah, come on down. You got it, but you're responsible for renting your own room. But yeah, it's only 182 a week. So yeah, come on down. Now I did spot my first. I've seen a little baby roaches, but I spotted my first full-size roach earlier, so that's not a good sign. But although somewhat humorously, this motel actually, it's an old school motel where it's got the big glass front windows, and then like whatever is below that is metal, I guess. And they've cut holes in the metal so that they can hook up a hose to heat up the whole room to kill all the bugs, which is really the only way to kill them. If you think about it, chemicals won't do it. Chemicals will beat them back here and there, but the only way to actually kill them is to just pump some heat in here, or cold, obviously, but yeah, heat. Yeah, well, What's Up says that company looks pretty good. Yeah, it'll be all right. The thing about truck driving is all the companies are more or less equally bad. They're just bad in different ways, right? So like this company will have it'll have its bad points, but if I could go to Orient, and this is probably like what I ran into with my last company is like, I just, I'll contact the recruiter and they'll just want me to take a picture of my driver's license and send it to them. And then they'll check my driving record, and then they'll check with their insurance. And as long as their insurance says that they can hire me, they'll probably just hire me sight unseen, and then have me do my drug test here in my local area. And then once I've cleared the drug screen, they'll most likely just have me come to the orientation, which will probably be like half a day of filling out paperwork. And then I'll get my truck and, make sure everything works. And, once I know the truck's good to go, they'll have me deliver, have me pulling loads. So, yeah, I might do it. We'll see. I'm up and down, I felt real good this morning, and now I'm sort of running out of energy, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, exactly. Same thing, Nia Justice. Exactly. Same thing with bed bugs. That's right. And that's what Drew was complaining about. He was complaining about the roaches because he's from Minnesota. I'm like, yeah, Drew, that cold winter kills those motherfuckers. It don't get cold enough down here to kill them, and it don't get hot enough. You know, it's humid and sticky, but it doesn't get hot enough to kill them. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know, man. I've still got enough money to hang out for a few more weeks and still have some savings. And I bought a car, so I'm in pretty good shape overall, I'd have to say. So old Benton's doing okay anyway. But yeah, Nia Justice, very, very right. Very correct. Well, I'm going to get out of here. Appreciate y'all being here. Most likely be back in the morning. Oh, well, and it'll be interesting because I haven't talked to Drew. He's playing his cards close to the vest, to use a poker analogy. Oh, and by the way, since Drew was trying to say that, imply that I might be doing something morally wrong playing poker, I'm pretty sure I'm okay playing poker, sir. I don't think, if that's going to be the difference between making it and not making it, I think, I just doesn't seem like a thing, right? And who's getting hurt, by the way? And my gambling's not harming anybody. So back to the Paul enslaved, loss, injury, and harm. Like at one time, I was actually suffering from compulsive gambling. So that, yeah, debatably that was hurting people myself, but it's not really an issue. I don't really even. It's okay. I don't even really enjoy it at this point. It's just something that I'm able to do. Of course, easy to say when I've won the last several times I played actually, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, maybe back to the truck driving streams here pretty soon. You never know. So anyway, that's it out of me. Thanks for watching. Bye.